Bapak Ibu, sejenak kita saksikan profil Universitas Islam Sultan Agung Semarang.
Universitas Islam Sultan Agung dengan visi Bismillah membangun generasi baru ummah di bawah kepemimpinan Rektor Profesor Dr. Gunarto SHMH terus mencatatkan prestasi yang membanggakan. Berikut adalah prestasi yang berhasil dicatatkan dalam kurun waktu 7 bulan terakhir dari September 2022 hingga Maret 2023. Unisula mendapat pengakuan sebagai perguruan tinggi swasta atau PTS terbaik di Jawa Tengah dalam kategori Innovation Rank dari Skimago Institution Ranking, yakni lembaga pemeringkatan perguruan tinggi dunia yang bermarkas di Spanyol. Predikat tersebut juga dikuatkan oleh lembaga pemeringkatan paling terkenal di dunia, yakni Webometrics, yang menempatkan Unisula di peringkat pertama PTS Jawa Tengah pada kategori Openness Rank. Pemeringkatan Universitas Indonesia Green Matrix.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad la nabiyya ba'dah. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amma ba'd. The Honorable, the Secretary General of the People's Consultative Assembly of the Republic of Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Ma'ruf Cahyono SMH, respected the Deputy for Special Protection of Children, Mr. Nahar SMSC, respected the Rector of Sultan Agung Islamic University, Profesor Dr. Haji Gunarto SMH, our invited speakers, Professor Byun Haisel from Hankook University, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Azam bin Hussein from University Utara Malaysia, Professor Henning Glaser, the Director of CPG Germany, Professor Heng Eding from Utrecht University, Professor Faruk Kerem Girai from Istanbul University, Professor Simada Yushuru from Nagoya University, and Ms. Fareha Fatima Naikwadi PhD from Unisula. Respected the Head and the Secretary of Program Dr. Ilmu Hukum Fakultas Hukum Unisula, Profesor Dr. Hajah Anis Mastur Hatun, and the Secretary Professor Dr. Hajah Sri Endah Yuningsih, as well as all the lecturers, students of doctoral program in Law Unisula, and all participants in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, participants of this international conference by the theme Sexual Violence and Child Protection, Identification and Prevention, we would like to extend a very warm welcome of you to welcome in this international seminar. And for your information, this conference is held in collaboration between the People's Consultative Assembly of the Republic of Indonesia and the Doctoral Program in Law, Faculty of Law, Unisula. We do appreciate you taking time out from your busy schedule to join us today. And we do hope you find this seminar we have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging. Ladies and gentlemen, let's open up this seminar by saying Basmalah together. Reciting the Holy Quran by Ustadz Ali Mustafa. For Ustadz Ali Mustafa, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس أخرجت للناس تأمرون بالمعروف تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر وتؤمنون بالله ولو آمن أهل الكتاب لكان خيرا لهم منهم المؤمنون منهم المؤمنون وأكثرهم الفاسقون ولو آمن أهل الكتاب لكان خيرا لهم منهم المؤمنون منهم المؤمنون وأكثرهم الفاسقون صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Singing Indonesia's national anthem, hymn and march unisula. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise.
Kebarkan ukhuwah Islamiyah dengan semangat budaya yang amanah dan istiqomah. Yuk cintai Allah, ikuti Rasulullah, sayangi sesama, dapatkan rahmat dan keberkahan. Yuk cintai Allah, ikuti Rasulullah, sayangi sesama, untuk kebahagiaan bersama. Ayo berjihad fisabilillah, kebarkan ukhuwah Islamiyah dengan semangat budaya yang amanah dan istiqomah. Yuk cintai Allah, ikuti Rasulullah, sayangi sesama, dapatkan rahmat dan keberkahan. Yuk cintai Allah, ikuti Rasulullah, sayangi sesama, untuk kebahagiaan bersama. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allah Maha Besar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allah Maha Besar. Allah Maha Besar, Allah Maha Besar.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. To begin the seminar, we are pleased to have Dr. Bambang Tribawono, SMH, to give a welcoming speech. For Dr. Bambang, the Dean of Faculty of Law, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa nikmatillah. La haula wa la quwata illa billahil aliyil azim. The Honorable, the Secretary General of the People Consultative Assembly of Republic Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Ma'ruf Cahyono, SMH, respected the Deputy of Special Protection of Children, Nahar, SMSC, respective the Rector of the Sultan Agung Islamic University, Semarang, Profesor Dr. Gunarto, SHSE AKTMU, to our invite speaker, Prof. Byun Hail from Hankook University, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Azam Hussein from the University of North Malaysia, Prof. Henning Glaser, the director of CPG, German, Prof. Henk Etting of Utrecht University, Prof. Faruk Karen Girai from Istanbul University, Prof. Simada Yusuru from Nagoya University. Respected the head of the Doctor of Law Program, Professor Dr. Anis Masturatun SIM Home, and Secretary of the Doctor of Law Program, Professor Dr. Haja Sri Indah Wayuningsi SIM Home, and as well our lecturer and student of the doctoral program in Law Faculty Universitas Islam Sultan Agung. First of all, let us offer praise and gratitude to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because of the abundance of His grace and grace, so that we can gather in agenda without any abstract. Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala say in Quran An-Nahl verse 14, and if you count favor of Allah, surely you will not be able to count them in that. Allah is truly forgiving, most merciful. Second, salawat and salam always delivered to the role model in the era of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Hopefully, we will always be recognized and get his intercession at Yaumul Utsha later. Amin. Salawat and salam must always be delivered in remembrance of Allah and His angel. Also, always send blessing of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. On this occasion, as the Dean of Faculty of Law, Unisula, I welcome you to the Faculty of Law, Unisula. Ahlan wa sahlan bihidurulikum fi Unisula. The Faculty of Law is one of the best faculties at Sultan Agung Islamic University, which already has 4 study programs, namely Bachelor of Law with Premier Accreditation, Master of Law Study with Premier Accreditation, Master of Notary with Premier Accreditation, and Doctoral Program in Law is Science with Accreditation A. Implementation of call paper and international seminar with the theme Sexual Violence and Child Protection, Identification and Prevention is important, considering that children are the next generation whose future must be protected. And the other side of that in Quran is expressly not the live awake generation. In Quran An-Nisa verse 9 states, and the meaning, and let fear of Allah those who, if they leave weak offspring behind them, they fear for therefore let them fear Allah and them speak at a right word. Imam Nawawi interpret that what is meant biduriyatan difa'a, that need to worry about is not living offspring of generation that weak in terms to economy, science, religion, and moral. Therefore, the meaning of weak here apply to many aspects. For this reason, important effort need to build a strong generation, one of which is related to moral in the context in decency. Of course, the development of a strong generation must be avoid sexual violence that often occurs in the community. Although there have been several provisions governing legal protection against sexual violence against both children and general public, and stipulate in law number 12 of 2022 concerning crime of sexual violence, law number 35 of 2014 concerning amendment to law number 23 of 2002 concerning child protection and so on. It's just that even though there have been regulations aimed at suppressing the higher number of perpetrators of sexual violence against children, the behavior toward criminal acts at sexual violence is also increasing. Based on data from the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, it is explained that in 2022 there were 9,566 cases of sexual violence against children. Reflecting of the reality, is important to hold this seminar in order to explore new ideas for colleagues to build the best legal system that can close space for sexual violence to occur. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, the Dean of Faculty of Law Unisula. Now I call upon Professor Dr. Haji Kunarto SMH to give welcome remarks and officially open the seminar. Dear Professor Kunarto SMH, the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. The Honorable, the Secretary General of the People Consultative Assembly of Republik Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Mahruf Cahyono, SMH, respective the Deputy for Special Protection of Children, Mr. Nahar Esa MSc, respective the Dean of Faculty of Law, Sultan Agung Islamic University Semarang, Indonesia, Dr. Bambang Tribawono, SMH, to our invited speaker, Professor Byun Haikul from Hankook University, South Korea, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Azam Hussein from the University of North Malaysia, Professor Henning Glaser from Thammasat University, Thailand, or Director of JPK, German. Professor Henk Eding of Utrecht University from Netherlands. Professor Faruk Keren Kiray from Istanbul University, Turkey. Professor Shimada Yusuru from Nagoya University, Japan. Fatima Naik Fati, PhD from Unisula, Indonesia. Respected the head of the Doctoral of Law Program, Professor Dr. Anis Masturatun, SHMH, and the Secretary of the Doctor of Law Program, Professor Dr. Sri Endah Wahyuningsi, SHMH, as well as all lecturers and students of the doctoral program in law Unisula. First of all, let's pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most merciful, who keep us His mercies and blessing so we can attend and gather in the international seminar in a good condition and happy situation. Secondly, my salawat and salam our Prophet, to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has brought us from darkness to the brightness. I have congratulations the Doctor of Law program for successful holding a routine international seminar. This time in collaboration with the People Consultative Assembly Republik Indonesia. The seminar is under the topic Sexual Violence and Child Protection, Identification and Prevention. Is very important considering that children and the next generation whose future must be protected. In addition, the Declaration Against Violence Against Women emphasizes the violence against women is a violence of women's human rights and freedom. Violence against women hinder or eliminate the possibility for women to enjoy their human rights and freedom. Therefore, in general, violence against women occurs due to the vulnerable position of women to the still strong discriminatory, subordinate, partial, culture, and unequal power relation. In the relation between men and women, husband and wife, children and parent, worker and employers, the people and the state, teacher and student, as well as between subordinate and superior. In relation to the issue of physical violence described above, it is necessary to organize a future discussion related in domestic violence in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate you on attending the seminar, and I hope that the seminar can provide benefit for the nation and the country in general and ourselves in particular. Thank you very much for your attention. Billahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning in Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Rector, for the wonderful remark. Ladies and gentlemen, doa that will be led by Ustadz Ali Mustafa. For Ustadz Ali Mustafa, the stage is yours.
لرضا الله ولشفاعة رسول الله على كل نية صالحة. الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد سيد الأولين والآخرين وسلم ورضي الله تبارك وتعالى عن كل صحابة رسول الله أجمعين. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا شاكرين حمدا ناعمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد صلاة تنجينا بها من جميع الأهوال والآفات وتقضي لنا بها جميع الحاجات وتطهرنا بها من جميع السيئات وترفعنا بها عندك على الدرجات وتبلغنا بها أقصى الغايات من جميع الخيرات في الحياة وبعد الممات. اللهم إنا نسألك سلامة في ديننا وعافية في جسدنا وزيادة في علمنا وبركة في رزقنا وتوبة قبل الموت ورحمة عند الموت ومغفرة بعد الموت. اللهم هون علينا يا الله في سكرات الموت والنجاة من النار والعفو عند الحساب. ربنا اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات إنك على كل شيء قدير. ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما. ربنا تقبل منا يا الله إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب النار وأدخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رب العالمين. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the series of opening ceremony. Now we have keynote speech that will be delivered by the first speaker, the General Secretary of the People's Consultative Assembly of the Republic of Indonesia, dear Professor Dr. Ma'ruf Cahyono, SMH. The stage is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, please give big applause for him.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon maaf, saya akan menyampaikan pidato kunci dengan bahasa Indonesia. Yang saya hormati dan saya muliakan Bapak Rektor Universitas Sultan Agung, Bapak Profesor Dr. Gunarto SHM.Hum. Yang saya hormati dan saya muliakan Bapak Dekan Fakultas Hukum Universitas Islam Sultan Agung, Bapak Dr. Bambang Tribawono SHMH, Ibu Ketua Program, Ibu Profesor Dr. Anis, Mas Duro Hatun dan seluruh jajaran, Ibu Sekretaris Program juga hadir, dan tentu yang tidak bisa saya sebutkan satu persatu yang saya hormati dan saya muliakan seluruh sivitas akademika yang ada di Universitas Islam Sultan Agung. Khusus yang saya hormati invited speakers, Profesor Bain Haikul dari Hankook University, Profesor Simada Yusuru dari Nagoya University, Profesor Faruk Kerim Gire dari Istanbul University, dan yang saya hormati Profesor Heng Eding dari Utrecht University, Profesor Henning Gresser dari Director of CP Germany, Profesor Azam dari Universitas Malaysia, dan Dinda Fatima Nekwadi PhD dari Universitas Islam Sultan Agung, dan tentu saja para peserta konferensi yang saya hormati, saya cintai, dan saya banggakan. Pada hari ini saya akan menyampaikan pokok-pokok pikiran terkait dengan tema kita yang sangat strategis hari ini adalah Sexual Violence and Child Protection, Identification and Prevention. Tentu ini merupakan satu kehormatan bagi saya untuk menyampaikan pikiran-pikiran terkait dengan tema ini yang tentu saja pada hari-hari ini menjadi isu yang sangat strategis dan aktual. Oleh karena itu, saya akan memanfaatkan kesempatan ini untuk bersama-sama tentu dengan para narasumber agar pikiran dan gagasan para ahli yang hadir pada hari ini dan tentu termasuk juga para penulis paper yang terpilih, sehingga diperoleh satu masukan pandangan yang penting bagaimana tentu melakukan pencegahan, perlindungan terhadap apa yang akan kita bahas pada hari ini. Para peserta konferensi yang saya muliakan, keutuhan dan kerukunan rumah tangga yang bahagia, aman, tentram, dan damai merupakan dambaan setiap orang dalam rumah tangga. Untuk mewujudkan keutuhan dan kerukunan tersebut sangat tergantung pada setiap orang dalam lingkup rumah tangga, di mana setiap orang, terutama kadar kualitas perilaku dan pengendalian diri setiap orang dalam lingkup rumah tangga tersebut diperlukan. Keutuhan dan kerukunan rumah tangga dapat terganggu jika kualitas dan pengendalian diri tidak dapat terkontrol, yang pada akhirnya dapat terjadi kekerasan dalam rumah tangga, sehingga timbul ketidakamanan, ketidaknyamanan, ataupun ketidakadilan terhadap orang yang berada dalam lingkup rumah tangga tersebut. Saat ini kekerasan dalam rumah tangga bukanlah hal yang jarang ditemukan. Kekerasan ini dapat dialami oleh siapapun tanpa mengenal strata sosial, tentu semua kita mengamati, mencermati, bahkan tiap-tiap kita membaca, tentu responnya pun berbeda-beda. Satu kejadian-kejadian yang berada di sekitar kita, para tokoh, juga para selebriti yang tentu mengalami hal-hal yang terkait dengan kekerasan dalam rumah tangga. Oleh karena itulah tentu dampak yang ditimbulkan dari kekerasan dalam rumah tangga bukan hanya dialami oleh suami atau istri pada akhirnya, tetapi juga anak-anak kita. Saya kira ini menjadi catatan penting bahwa kekerasan dalam rumah tangga itu berdampak tidak hanya spesifik, khusus, tetapi juga berdampak luas bahkan terhadap sosial lingkungan kita. Kita sering mengabaikan bahwa anak-anak dalam keluarga yang dipenuhi kekerasan adalah anak yang rentan dan berada dalam bahaya. Yang pertama, misalnya suami yang menganiaya istri dapat menganiaya anak. Yang kedua, istri yang mengalami penganiayaan dari suami dapat juga melampiaskan kemarahan dan frustasinya pada anak. Dan yang ketiga, anak dapat cedera secara tidak sengaja karena mencoba menghentikan kekerasan dan melindungi ibunya. Dan yang keempat, anak akan sulit mengembangkan perasaan yang tenteram, ketenangan, dan kasih sayangnya. Hidupnya selalu diwarnai dengan kebingungan, ketegangan, ketakutan, kemarahan, dan ketidakjelasan tentang masa depan. Mereka tidak belajar bagaimana mencintai secara tulus, serta menyelesaikan konflik dan perbedaan dengan cara yang sehat. Yang kelima, anak-anak yang biasa hidup dalam kekerasan akan belajar bahwa kekerasan adalah cara penyelesaian masalah yang wajar. Boleh, bahkan mungkin seharusnya dilakukan. Anak lelaki dapat berkembang menjadi lelaki dewasa yang juga menganiaya istri dan anaknya. Dan anak perempuan dapat saja menjadi perempuan dewasa yang kembali terjebak sebagai korban kekerasan. Anak perempuan dapat pula mengembangkan kebiasaan agresi dalam menyelesaikan masalah. Saya kira ini adalah fenomena-fenomena yang berdampak. Ternyata kekerasan dalam rumah tangga itu juga memiliki implikasi yang sangat luas. Oleh karena itu tentu dalam konferensi ini apa yang saya sampaikan meskipun dalam tataran praktis tentu mudah-mudahan akan menjadi stimulan diskursus melalui pikiran dan perasaan kita masing-masing terkait dengan pentingnya tema ini menjadi satu bahasan yang harapannya tentu tidak hanya berada di hilir tapi juga tidak hanya berada di hulu tapi juga di hilir yang kita rasakan bersama. Peserta konferensi yang saya muliakan, untuk mencegah melindungi korban dan menindak pelaku kekerasan dalam rumah tangga, negara dan masyarakat wajib melakukan pencegahan, perlindungan, dan penindakan pelaku sesuai dengan falsafah dan nilai-nilai Pancasila, serta Undang-Undang Dasar Negara Republik Indonesia tahun 1945. Jadi tentu dalam tataran hulu menurut pandangan saya bahwa ideologi negara, filsafat negara yang menjadi pandangan hidup kita semua adalah nilai-nilai penting untuk terus menjadi pondasi, pemandu tentu dalam melakukan setiap aspek, setiap hal permasalahan yang terjadi di tengah-tengah kita, termasuk kekerasan dalam rumah tangga. Bahkan tidak hanya secara umum ada dalam ideologi kita, dalam tab-tab MPR juga sudah diatur sedemikian rupa ya, terkait dengan ini, misalnya tab terkait dengan hak asasi manusia, tab terkait juga dengan etika kehidupan berbangsa. Oleh karena itulah tentu harapan kita dalam menyelesaikan persoalan ini, mari kita mulai melakukan refleksi terhadap satu kondisi regulasi dalam tingkat dasar yang selama ini mungkin saja masih berada di hulu, tapi juga belum dihilirisasi pada regulasi-regulasi di tingkatan-tingkatan berikutnya. Oleh karena itulah tentu dalam konteks ini saya mengingatkan bahwa posisi ideologi negara, posisi konstitusi, juga kaidah-kaidah dasar yang melengkapi konstitusi yang ada dalam tab-tab MPR menjadi satu rujukan yang tentu semua kita, saudara-saudara sekalian, sudah pahami dalam regulasi di tingkat undang-undang dan peraturan yang lain terkait dengan ini juga sudah dilakukan pengaturan. Negara berpandangan bahwa segala bentuk kekerasan, terutama kekerasan dalam rumah tangga, adalah pelanggaran hak asasi manusia dan kegiatan terhadap martabat kemanusiaan serta bentuk diskriminasi. Komitmen negara untuk penghapusan kekerasan dalam rumah tangga telah dilakukan selama hampir 19 tahun yang lalu, yaitu dengan memberlakukannya Undang-Undang Nomor 23 Tahun 2004 tentang penghapusan kekerasan dalam rumah tangga. Kekerasan dalam rumah tangga yang dimaksud dalam undang-undang ini adalah setiap perbuatan terhadap seseorang, terutama perempuan, yang berakibat timbulnya kesengsaraan atau penderitaan secara fisik, seksual, psikologis, dan atau penelantaran rumah tangga, termasuk ancaman untuk melakukan perbuatan pemaksaan dan perampasan kemerdekaan secara melawan hukum dalam lingkup rumah tangga. Lingkup rumah tangga yang dimaksud meliputi suami, istri, dan anak. Orang-orang yang mempunyai hubungan keluarga karena hubungan darah, perkawinan, persusuan, pengasuhan, dan perwalian yang menetap dalam rumah tangga, dan atau orang yang bekerja membantu rumah tangga dan menetap dalam rumah tangga tersebut. Peserta konferensi yang saya muliakan, izinkan saya memberikan perhatian khusus pada kekerasan yang dialami langsung oleh anak, yang kian hari semakin mengkhawatirkan. Betapa tidak mengkhawatirkan lingkungan rumah yang seharusnya menjadi tempat aman dan nyaman bagi pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak justru menjadi lahan subur dan sumber utama terjadinya kekerasan, karena dalam keseharian anak lebih banyak berinteraksi dengan orang tua dan berinteraksi dengan para pengasuh. Unggahan di media sosial dan pemberitaan di televisi serta media lainnya sungguh membuat kita terguncang. 2 tahun yang lalu, masyarakat digegerkan oleh sebuah kejadian di Kabupaten Goa, Sulawesi Selatan. Seorang anak perempuan berusia 6 tahun mengalami penganiayaan dari kedua orang tua, dibantu kakek dan neneknya. Mereka berusaha mencukil mata sang anak sebagai ritual pesugihan. Pesugihan itu mencari kekayaan, kira-kira begitu. Jadi supaya ingin kaya, melakukan ritual-ritual yang tentu bertentangan dengan nilai-nilai moral, nilai-nilai agama. Ini sengaja saya bacakan, paling tidak konferensi ini akan terstimulan dengan satu kondisi emosional, agar hal-hal yang tentu nanti dibahas juga memperhatikan secara khusus tentang kondisi-kondisi emosional yang terjadi akibat dari kekerasan terhadap rumah tangga maupun anak. Juga baru-baru ini di Gresik, Jawa Timur, seorang ayah tega membunuh anak perempuannya yang berusia 9 tahun. Pelaku tega membunuh putri kandungnya dengan cara menikam sebanyak 24 kali sehingga tembus ke jantung. Menurut pengakuan si pelaku, ia tidak tahan melihat anaknya kerap menerima perundungan dari teman-temannya akibat latar belakang ibunya yang kembali ke pekerjaan lamanya sebagai pemandu lagu. Saya kira motifnya sangat sederhana sebetulnya, tetapi dampaknya luar biasa. Ya, tentu ini mudah-mudahan menjadi perhatian buat semua kita. Di Kota Batu, Malang, seorang pemuda tega menganiaya bayi yang baru berusia 2,5 tahun. Pelaku tersebut merupakan pacar dari ibu korban yang ketika itu telah tinggal bersama selama beberapa bulan karena akan melangsungkan pernikahan. Dari hasil visum, korban mengalami luka di sekujur tubuhnya, mulai dari luka bakar akibat air panas hingga luka bekas sundutan rokok. Selain itu ada juga luka akibat gigitan di jari korban. Di Kabupaten Sorong, Papua Barat Daya, seorang ayah tega menganiaya bayi perempuannya yang berusia 2 tahun 7 bulan hingga tewas. Perbuatan sadis itu dilakukan lantaran kesal dengan anaknya yang rewel dan lain-lain. Motifnya sangat sederhana. Di Depok, Jawa Barat, di tahun 2021, sebuah kasus kekerasan seksual dilaporkan ibu korban. Sang ibu menghubungi petugas melaporkan kekerasan seksual yang dialami anaknya. Mirisnya pelaku adalah suaminya sendiri, alias ayah kandung ibunya. Ini cerita yang saya kembangkan setelah saya bercerita dengan ibu ketua program tadi. Betapa dahsyatnya ternyata kondisi kekerasan dalam rumah tangga berdampak tidak hanya terkait kepada kekerasan itu sendiri, tapi sosial yang luar biasa. Kasus pemerkosaan kepada anak kandung terjadi juga di Kabupaten Cianjur, Jawa Barat. Dan cukup banyak ya cerita-cerita tentang kekerasan rumah tangga yang tentu mudah-mudahan dapat menjadi inspirasi dalam konferensi ini. Beberapa kejadian tersebut menambah daftar panjang kekerasan dalam rumah tangga, khususnya yang dialami langsung oleh anak-anak. Belum lagi kekerasan pada anak yang terjadi di luar lingkungan rumah yang setiap tahun terus mengalami peningkatan. Tidak salah jika dikatakan kita sungguh menghadapi darurat kekerasan pada anak. Darurat kekerasan pada anak. Secara keseluruhan, kekerasan dalam rumah tangga dan di luar rumah tangga, berdasarkan data Kementerian Pemberdayaan Perempuan dan Perlindungan Aparatur, ada 21.241 anak yang menjadi korban kekerasan di dalam negeri pada tahun 2022, tahun lalu. Dan tentu secara rinci, ada 9.588 anak yang menjadi korban kekerasan seksual, sebanyak 4.162 anak menjadi korban kekerasan psikis, 3.746 anak menjadi korban kekerasan fisik. Dan ada pula 1.269 anak yang menjadi korban penelantaran dan motif-motif lain yang tentu menjadi keprihatinan kita bersama. Data tersebut mengindikasikan anak Indonesia rentan menjadi korban kejahatan seksual dengan berbagai latar belakang, situasi, dan kondisi anak dimanapun berada. Tentu harus kita pahami bahwa anak mengalami kekerasan seksual akan memberikan dampak psikologis yang serius, yang akan mengakibatkan trauma berjangka panjang, antara lain penarikan diri, ketakutan, agresif, emosi yang labil, depresi, kecemasan, adanya gangguan tidur, merasa rendah diri, minder, merasa tidak berharga, dan tidak menutup kemungkinan anak akan menyakiti dirinya sendiri dan mencoba bunuh diri. Kondisi Perlindungan Anak Indonesia sebelumnya juga mengungkapkan hal yang sama, yang tentu dengan data-data yang serupa, yang mengindikasikan bahwa pada umumnya bahwa kekerasan anak menjadi satu darurat yang harus kita atasi bersama. Kekerasan lainnya yang menimpa anak adalah kekerasan fisik berupa penyiksaan, pemukulan, penganiayaan terhadap anak dengan atau tanpa menggunakan benda-benda tertentu. Beberapa kasus kekerasan yang dialami anak diantaranya terjadi di dalam rumah atau di sekolah yang seharusnya menjadi tempat paling aman dan nyaman bagi anak, tapi justru sebaliknya kerap menjadi tempat pelanggaran hak anak. Oleh karena itu, saudara-saudara sekalian, gambaran yang tadi saya sampaikan harapannya dalam konferensi pada hari ini akan menjadi diskursus yang dinamis, yang tentu tidak hanya memberi perspektif pada hal-hal yang terjadi secara sosial, tetapi sebagai para akademisi sebagai cerdik pandai tentu bisa melakukan pendekatan ini dari yang pertama adalah aspek nilai-nilai ideologi. Itu yang pertama, di mana tentu dalam menyampaikan atau dalam melakukan setiap aktivitas, setiap kita harus memiliki pondasi yang kuat. Yang pertama, tentu setiap kita warga negara Indonesia harus kuat dengan pondasi nilai-nilai religius. Yang kedua adalah nilai-nilai humanis. Yang ketiga, bagaimana membangun ikatan emosional agar kita memiliki nasionalisme yang kuat, utamanya dalam konteks tema kita pada hari ini. Dan yang keempat adalah kebijaksanaan dalam setiap kita dalam melakukan setiap tindakan yang harapannya tentu adalah perilaku diskriminatif, keadilan sosial bagi semua kita harus menjadi jaminan. Oleh karena itulah pendekatan ideologi yang pertama, harapan kami dalam tema kita pada hari ini adalah juga menjadi bagian yang kita bahas bersama. Yang kedua, dalam perspektif hukum dasar. Hukum dasar kita tentu sudah tidak kurang ya mengatur tentang itu, bahkan tentu dalam perubahan yang terjadi 99-2002 sangat akomodatif terhadap persoalan-persoalan tentang hak asasi manusia. Oleh karena itu, tentu dalam konferensi ini juga mohon untuk menjadi perhatian. Dan yang ketiga adalah yang tadi saya sampaikan, kaidah-kaidah penting yang berada di luar ideologi dan konstitusi, yang berada dalam tap-tap MPR juga menjadi pertimbangan-pertimbangan memperkaya regulasi yang ada, tentu tidak hanya dalam tataran proses pembentukan, tapi juga dalam tataran bagaimana melakukan penegakan. Juga bagaimana regulasi-regulasi itu, tatanan-tatanan yang ada itu bisa dipahami oleh masyarakat sehingga kita bisa melakukan pencegahan, dan dalam aspek penegakannya tentu kita juga bisa melakukan perlindungan terhadap apa yang pada hari ini kita lakukan pengkajian dan pembahasan. Saudara-saudara sekalian, peserta konferensi yang saya hormati, itu catatan-catatan yang ingin saya sampaikan, dan mudah-mudahan tentu konferensi kita pada hari ini yang juga mengundang narasumber dari berbagai negara akan juga memberikan perspektif timbal balik regulasi hukum yang berlaku di negara-negara yang lain, juga kaitannya dengan regulasi yang berlaku di negara kita. Tentu pertukaran informasi yang penting dalam konferensi internasional akan menjadi pengayaan, menjadi lebih lengkapnya ya regulasi terkait dengan kekerasan dalam rumah tangga dan perlindungan anak, dan bagaimana upaya pencegahan dan perlindungannya itu di negara kita. Demikian yang dapat kami sampaikan. Terima kasih sekali lagi Pak Rektor, Pak Dekan, Ibu Ketua Program, dan seluruh hadirin, para narasumber dari negara-negara yang pada hari ini ikut bersama-sama kita dalam pembahasan. Mudah-mudahan konferensi kita mendapatkan hasil yang bermanfaat untuk kita semua. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Matur sembah suwun Bapak Sekjen MPR RI Republik Indonesia. Berkenan Bapak untuk menempati doang di depan, dan kami undang dengan hormat Profesor Dr. Anis Masturo Hatun didampingi oleh Sekretaris dan Ibu WD1 untuk berkenan memberikan token dan sertifikat kepada beliau, Sekretaris Jenderal MPR Republik Indonesia. Dilanjutkan penyerahan sertifikat. Dan kita selalu berharap dan selalu siap sedia menjadi mitra MPR RI untuk menjadi mitra MPR RI dalam mengembangkan program-program yang ada. Dan kami undang seluruh pembicara kita hadir pada pagi hari ini, Prof. Byun, Prof. Im, dan Fatima untuk ikut foto bersama. Bapak Ibu mohon tepuk tangan yang meriah atas kerjasama MPR RI dan program Doktor Ilmu Hukum Fakultas Hukum Unisula. Kami persilakan dengan hormat Bapak Sekjen MPR RI, Ibu WD1, Ketua Program, dan Prof. Enda, serta seluruh pembicara. Setelah foto bersama untuk kembali ke tempat duduk semula. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the first session of keynote speech. The second keynote speech that will be delivered by the Deputy for Special Protection for Children. We invite on the screen Mr. Nahar Esa MSc. Good morning, sir.
Selamat pagi semuanya.
Selamat pagi. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, mari kita dengarkan the second keynote speaker dari Bapak Nahar Esa MSc, kepadanya. Disilakan.
Ya, terima kasih. Izin saya menyampaikan dengan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Mudah-mudahan translator dan ahli bahasanya sudah tersedia. Pertama-tama permohonan maaf dari Ibu Menteri Pemberdayaan Perempuan dan Perlindungan Anak yang di waktu bersamaan ada tugas yang tidak bisa diwakilkan. Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Tentunya salam sehat untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati Bapak Prof. Mahfud Cahyono, Pak Sekjen MPR, Prof. Gunarto, selaku Rektor Universitas Islam Sultan Agung, Pak Dekan, Ketua Program Doktor Ilmu Hukum Fakultas Hukum Unisula, Prof. Dr. Hajah Anis Mas Durat Durohatun, SHMH, para narasumber yang tidak hanya dari Indonesia tetapi juga beberapa narasumber dari berbagai di luar negeri, dan yang lainnya serta hadirin yang berbahagia. Dalam kesempatan yang berbahagia ini, pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas berkat, karunia, dan perkenannya kita dapat melaksanakan seminar internasional dengan tema Sexual Violence and Child Protection, Identification and Prevention pada hari ini. Saya tentu menyampaikan apresiasi yang sangat tinggi kepada Yayasan Badan Wakaf Sultan Agung Universitas Islam Sultan Agung yang menyelenggarakan seminar ini. Semoga niat baik kita untuk berkumpul, berdiskusi, dan bertukar pikiran, memberikan stimulus dan dorongan kepada masyarakat dan seluruh pihak sehingga berperan dalam melawan segala bentuk kekerasan. Semoga kegiatan hari ini dapat menambah wawasan dan memperkuat sinergi bersama dalam upaya memberikan perlindungan dan rasa aman bagi anak-anak Indonesia. Hadirin yang berbahagia, Undang-Undang 35 tahun 2014 menjelaskan bahwa yang dimaksud anak tentu Indonesia sudah merujuk juga kepada Konvensi Hak Anak dengan menegaskan bahwa anak adalah seseorang yang belum berusia 18 tahun, termasuk anak yang masih dalam kandungan. Artinya bahwa anak yang masih dalam kandungan juga memiliki hak yang juga perlu dipenuhi dan dilindungi. Anak Indonesia menurut profil anak yang dikeluarkan Kementerian Pemberdayaan Perempuan dan Perlindungan Anak tahun 2021 menegaskan bahwa 29,5 penduduk Indonesia itu berusia belum 18 tahun. Artinya ada 79,7 juta orang berusia sebelum 18 tahun sebagai penduduk Indonesia. Tumbuh kembang mereka perlu kita kawal sehingga harapannya akan terwujud generasi emas tahun 2040 ini. Namun sayangnya kita masih memiliki PR besar dalam upaya pemenuhan hak dan perlindungan anak. Masih banyak terdapat tantangan internal maupun eksternal dari diri anak. Di antaranya adalah bervariasinya kondisi pengasuhan yang diterima oleh anak. Sebagian tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Prof. Mahfud. Sebagian besar anak memang masih memiliki dan diasuh oleh kedua orang tuanya. Ada 84,33% anak kita, anak-anak Indonesia diasuh oleh kedua orang tuanya. Namun demikian, ada 8,34% anak-anak kita hanya tinggal dengan ibunya dan tinggal dengan ayahnya saja itu 2,51%. Selanjutnya, di antara anak-anak kita juga tidak memiliki kedua orang tuanya diasuh atau anak yatim piatu, 4,76%. Ini profil yang bisa kita gambarkan tentang anak Indonesia. Kondisi pengasuhan yang berbeda ini ditambah dengan faktor lain yang menghambat tumbuh kembang anak, dapat menyebabkan anak rentan masuk ke dalam 15 kategori AMPK. Salah satunya menjadi korban kejahatan seksual dan menjadi korban tindak pidana lainnya yang dipengaruhi tidak hanya oleh faktor pengasuhan, tidak hanya dipengaruhi oleh faktor kemiskinan, tetapi juga ada pengaruh-pengaruh lain di mana predator, sindikat, maupun orang-orang jahat di luar anak, di luar rumah tangga terus mengintai kerentanan anak dan rumah tangga atau orang tua sehingga anak-anak terjebak dan memerlukan upaya perlindungan khusus. Data selanjutnya yang bisa kami sampaikan adalah tadi Sekjen sudah menegaskan tentang beberapa data bahwa dari sistem informasi online perlindungan perempuan dan anak berdasarkan tren pelaporan data kekerasan di Indonesia setiap tahun mengalami peningkatan dan di tahun 2022 kenaikannya cukup signifikan. Jadi dari angka 14.517 kasus yang tercatat di 2021, di 2022 itu ada 16.106 dengan jumlah korban 17.641, terdiri dari anak laki-laki dan anak perempuan. Jadi Kekerasan tentu menjadi persoalan serius dan perlu ditangani secara serius. Karena dari data yang ada tentu lokasi kejadiannya kita mencatat juga bahwa lingkup rumah tangga tercatat jumlahnya paling banyak, 53%. Dan pelakunya adalah pacar, teman, sebanyak 29%. Data yang dihimpun ini setiap tahun tentu dikontribusi oleh laporan-laporan dari sekitar 4.000 lembaga layanan yang menginput data dari seluruh Indonesia berkaitan dengan kasus-kasus kekerasan perempuan dan anak. Selanjutnya, berdasarkan data laporan layanan sahabat perempuan dan anak 129 yang dikembangkan oleh Kementerian Pemberdayaan Perempuan dan Perlindungan Anak sejak 2021, pada saat menangani kasus, maka selama periode Januari-April 2023, kasus anak korban kejahatan seksual menempati urutan terbanyak sebanyak 407 dengan 129 aduan kasus. Artinya bahwa beberapa kasus memiliki atau berdampak kepada anak-anak korban lebih dari satu. Beberapa di antaranya adalah kasus-kasus yang muncul di Bandung, kekerasan seksual yang terjadi di sebuah boarding school, di Jombang, di Batu, dan di beberapa lokasi, termasuk yang terakhir dengan puluhan korbannya anak itu di Batang dan di beberapa tempat seperti di Sumatera Selatan dan di beberapa lokasi lainnya. Berbagai data ini patut menjadi perhatian yang serius bagi kita semua, apalagi angka ini hanyalah angka laporan, yang artinya di lapangan kasus ini bisa saja lebih banyak, dan ini merupakan fenomena gunung es yang kelihatan kecil terlaporkan, tapi kemudian sesungguhnya bisa lebih banyak. Kecil, tentu banyak faktor yang menyebabkan kasus-kasus ini tidak terlaporkan, karena kasus seperti ini biasanya juga berdampak kepada rasa malu, tabu, bahkan kepastian hukum yang dianggapnya ketika melapor akan berhadapan dengan persoalan-persoalan lain gitu ya, ataupun anak yang tidak melapor kasus nanti juga akan menerima dampak yang tidak baik. Jadi hal-hal seperti inilah menjadi tantangan dan kewajiban kita semua untuk memastikan bahwa melapor adalah lebih baik. Karena dengan melapor maka kewajiban-kewajiban lain baik masyarakat maupun pemerintah akan didedikasikan untuk mendampingi dan untuk memberikan dukungan-dukungan dalam upaya pemulihan bagi anak-anak yang menjadi korban. Bapak Ibu sekalian, data berikutnya adalah berdasarkan survei nasional pengalaman hidup anak dan remaja tahun 2021, bahwa 4 dari 100 anak laki-laki dan 8 dari 100 anak perempuan usia 13 sampai 17 tahun, baik di perkotaan maupun di pedesaan, mengalami kekerasan seksual dalam bentuk apapun sepanjang hidupnya. Selain itu, 1 dari 100 anak laki-laki dan 3 dari 100 anak perempuan pada usia 13-17 tahun mengalami dalam 12 bulan terakhir. Selanjutnya, prevalensi kekerasan terhadap anak usia 13-17 tahun yang pernah mengalami satu jenis kekerasan atau lebih sepanjang hidupnya mengalami penurunan 16,75% pada anak perempuan dan turun 24,87% pada anak laki-laki. dari sebelumnya di tahun 2018. Jadi survei ini dilakukan secara berkala, 2018, terakhir 2021, dan tahun depan di 2024 data ini akan mengalami perubahan seiring dengan pelaksanaan survei yang akan dilaksanakan. Perbandingan data antara SNPHAR yang mengalami penurunan prevalensi dengan data simponi dan layanan SAPA yang mengalami peningkatan dapat mengindikasikan bahwa kekerasan terhadap anak sesungguhnya dapat dicegah dengan tren penurunan angka yang terjadi sesuai dengan hasil survei. Tetapi kesadaran masyarakat yang melaporkan kasus kekerasan terhadap perempuan dan anak meningkat. Dan tentu ini merupakan kerja keras dari semua pihak, walaupun demikian kita tidak boleh lengah, upaya-upaya pencegahan dan penanganannya masih perlu ditingkatkan. Bapak Ibu sekalian, belajar dari data-data ini tentu kita meyakini bahwa ada persoalan yang tidak boleh dihentikan, yaitu ikhtiar, upaya pencegahan dan penanganan yang perlu terus dilakukan. Selanjutnya bahwa kekerasan ini berdampak kepada anak-anak, tentu ini akan mengancam kualitas SDM bangsa. Kekerasan seksual yang tidak hanya menyerang fisik seseorang, tetapi juga harkat dan martabatnya sebagai manusia, memberikan dampak negatif yang luar biasa, baik secara fisik, psikis, maupun sosial secara jangka panjang. Selanjutnya hadirin yang saya banggakan, saat ini penurunan kekerasan terhadap perempuan dan anak menjadi salah satu isu prioritas yang diamanatkan oleh Bapak Presiden terkait dengan pemberdayaan perempuan dan perlindungan anak hingga tahun 2024. Bapak Presiden Joko Widodo selanjutnya mengeluarkan instruksi mengenai penanganan kasus kekerasan terhadap anak. Ini yang pertama, memprioritaskan aksi pencegahan kekerasan pada anak yang melibatkan keluarga, sekolah, dan masyarakat. Ruang pembelajaran pertama dan utama bagi anak adalah keluarganya, terutama ayah dan ibunya. Anggota keluarga, pengasuh, pendidik saling menyayangi dan apresiatif, menghormati perbedaan dan keragaman, menyelesaikan konflik tanpa kekerasan, mengasuh dengan disiplin positif adalah gambaran keluarga Indonesia yang ingin kita lihat saat ini dan di masa depan. Meskipun ada beberapa kasus juga yang melibatkan pelakunya adalah orang tua, keluarga, dan bahkan banyak orang yang dikenal oleh anak. Ini menjadi PR kita bersama, baik oleh anak itu sendiri, orang tua, masyarakat, dan pemerintah. Dalam hal ini, Kementerian Pemberdayaan Perempuan dan Perlindungan Anak mendorong pemerintah daerah untuk menyediakan pusat pembelajaran keluarga yang berfungsi untuk meningkatkan kemampuan keluarga dalam pengasuhan. Di samping itu, melalui Forum Anak, Kementerian Pemberdayaan Perempuan dan Perlindungan Anak menyediakan juga wadah partisipasi anak sebagai pelopor dan pelapor. Juga turut mendesain desa kelurahan ramah perempuan dan peduli anak untuk membentuk tata kelola desa kelurahan yang responsif terhadap isu perempuan dan anak. Selanjutnya yang kedua adalah memperbaiki sistem pelaporan dan pelayanan pengaduan terjadinya kekerasan terhadap anak. KPPA saat ini memiliki beberapa mitra tenaga masyarakat, salah satunya adalah dengan mendorong dan membentuk relawan SAPA di tingkat desa dan kelurahan. Di dalamnya ada berbagai aktivis, termasuk aktivis perlindungan anak terpadu berbasis masyarakat (PATBM) yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia dan berfungsi untuk membangun kesadaran dan meningkatkan kemampuan masyarakat merespon kasus kekerasan pada anak. Selanjutnya bahwa Presiden mengarahkan untuk melakukan reformasi besar-besaran pada manajemen penanganan kasus kekerasan yang dilakukan secara cepat, terintegrasi dan komprehensif, dan KPPA juga telah memiliki kanal pengaduan kekerasan perempuan dan anak melalui hotline 129 atau WhatsApp 08 111 129 129. Bapak Ibu sekalian, selanjutnya instruksi Presiden juga diterjemahkan melalui beberapa regulasi. Salah satunya adalah melalui peraturan Presiden nomor 101 tahun 2022 tentang Strategi Nasional Penghapusan Kekerasan Terhadap Anak, Seranas PKTA. Di dalam Seranas ini terdapat 7 strategi. Yang pertama, menyediakan kebijakan pelaksanaan regulasi dan penegakan hukum. Kedua, penguatan norma dan nilai anti kekerasan. Yang ketiga, penciptaan lingkungan yang aman dari kekerasan. Selanjutnya, peningkatan kualitas pengasuhan dan ketersediaan dukungan bagi orang tua atau pengasuh, pemberdayaan ekonomi keluarga rentan, ketersediaan dan akses layanan terintegrasi, dan terakhir, pendidikan kecakapan hidup untuk ketahanan diri anak. Ketujuh strategi ini dilaksanakan melalui kolaborasi antara kementerian lembaga, dan Perpres ini menegaskan tentang 16 kementerian lembaga yang diberikan kewenangan untuk mengimplementasikannya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, negara dan pemerintah harus berprogres untuk memberikan perlindungan yang maksimal kepada seluruh masyarakat Indonesia, merupakan kebahagiaan dan kemenangan bagi kita semua bahwa di tanggal 12 April 2022 Undang-Undang Tindak Pidana Kekerasan Seksual telah disahkan dalam sidang paripurna DPR RI dan sah berlaku sejak 9 Mei 2022. Hal ini sekaligus menjadi kekuatan baru dalam perjuangan kita untuk melakukan pencegahan dan penanganan kasus serta pelindungan dan pemulihan bagi korban kekerasan seksual. Tentunya tidak hanya sekedar mengesahkan aturan saja, tetapi ini kita harapkan dapat memutus mata rantai kekerasan seksual. Maka menjadi tugas kita semua untuk mengawal implementasi dari undang-undang ini guna memastikan penanganan, pemulihan, pelindungan kepada korban kekerasan seksual didukung dengan layanan yang adil, komprehensif, serta sarana-prasarana yang memadai sehingga bukan hanya pelaku mendapatkan hukuman yang menimbulkan efek jera, namun korban mendapatkan pemulihan dan pemberdayaan sehingga mata rantai kekerasan seksual dapat diputus. Bapak Ibu sekalian, akhir kata kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua pihak atas sumbangsi serta partisipasinya untuk terus berkomitmen dalam mewujudkan perlindungan anak sehingga terselenggaranya kegiatan ini. Bersama-sama kita berjuang untuk menciptakan dunia yang aman bagi semua, termasuk bagi anak-anak. Demikian beberapa hal yang dapat disampaikan. Perempuan berdaya, anak terlindungi, Indonesia maju. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Santi. Namo Buddhaya.
Matur suwun Bapak Nahar SH MSc atas keynote speech-nya. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we have plenary session 1. We would like to invite all the invited speakers in the first session to deliver the speech. The first speaker is Professor Byun Hazel from Hankook University, and Ms. Fatima Naikwadi PhD from Unisula Semarang, and also Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Azam bin Hussein from UUM Malaysia, who are with us virtually. And also, I invite Mr. Bismo to become moderator for these wonderful penalizations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome first speakers and the moderator. I give it over the agenda to Mr. Bismo. Mr. Bismo, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Dean, Vice Dean, the Director Program, Doctoral Program of Law, Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, lecturer, fellow students, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome you to this prestigious international conference event call for paper on sexual violence and child protection, identification and prevention, held by people of Consultative Assembly Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat of the Republic of Indonesia in collaboration with Doctoral of Law Program Sultan Agung Islamic University, Semarang. This event is held offline in this Gedung Kuliah Bersama building and online via Zoom application. My name is Mo Brevianto. I am a PhD student. It is pleasure to be moderator for the first session. In this first session, we will hear an outstanding presentation from prominent professors in their expertise, whom I believe shall enrich our insight, thought, and knowledge regarding the theme of this conference. This conference is brought to you with the idea to bring social awareness in addressing the issues relating to domestic violence that still need special attention to all relevant parties. In some major countries, sexual violence is a subset from domestic violence. At the moment, domestic violence become pervasive problem, and it spread all over society, no matter the status, hierarchy, gender, age, religions. According to data of Ministry of Women Empowerment, yearly by yearly, this crime is getting increased, this violence is getting increased. Hence, it needs identification, measures, and special effort be required in order to protect and minimize the violence incident occur in Indonesia. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. For offline participants in this room, if you have any question, please wait until after the Q&A session. And for online participants in the Zoom, if you have any question, please type them into the chat box. Your question will be read after the end of the presentation, and we will have a Q&A session afterward. Please also be reminded for online participants to mute your mic at all times. And for offline participant, it will be much appreciated to put your mobile phone in silent mode or turn off your phone. There will be two panelists today join with us in this offline, and one panelist who join online. Mr. Azam is already on the connection. Hear my voice?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam from University Utara Malaysia.
Okay. For all the speakers, it's my honor to serve you at this event, and we are glad to have you to join us to share your insight and knowledge. Before the presentation begins, I would like to introduce you with the short biography of our three guest speakers. Our first speaker is Professor Byun Hai Chul from Hankook University of Foreign Studies, South Korea. He obtained his Bachelor and Master of Law both from Hankook University Foreign Studies, South Korea, and Doctoral of Law, Doctor en Droit from Paris Second University of France. He is now Professor of Constitutional Law at Hankook University, and with research interest in governance, law and development, also constitutional law. He will present the domestic violence from Korea legal perspective, especially protection of the children from abuse. Our second speaker is Ms. Fatima Naiwadi from Unisula Semarang. She is an Indian citizen. Fatima previously graduated with Bachelor of Social Law and LLB, also Master of Laws, both from Pune University, India, and a Doctoral of Law degree from Sultan Agung Islamic University, Semarang, a couple months ago, in 2023, with her topic interest, domestic violence, comparative between India and Indonesian legal system. And our last speaker in our online, Mr. Associate Professor Muhammad Azam bin Hussein from University Utara Malaysia. Professor Azam Hussein previously obtained his Bachelor of Sharia with distinction and Master of Sharia from both University of Malaya in 1998 and 2001, respectively. In 2015, Mr. Azam obtained his PhD in Islamic Banking and Finance from International Islamic University of Malaysia, IIUM. And his primary teaching interest is Islamic banking and finance and law, also Islamic family law and administration of Islamic law. Professor Azam will provide his view on domestic violence or sexual violence from Malaysian perspective. He will join us through Zoom. Professor, it's good to see you. Now, without further ado, we will turn the time over the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first speaker, Professor Byun Hai Chul. Let us give once again a big round of applause for him. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. 15 minutes, Professor? 15 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, 15 to 20 minutes, no issue. I will let you know the time.
Okay.
Just go through.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Professor Byun Haechol in Korean language. Haechol.
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 Okay.
Haechol. Haechol. Good to see you this wonderful moment in Unisula University campus. First, I have to thank you to Rector Professor Dr. Leonardo and the Dean Dr. Bang Tri Aono. Yeah. And Professor Dr. Anis, head of doctoral program. Okay. It's my honor and pleasure to be here with you. Maybe a part of you met me already in the end of last year. Yeah, by June. Okay,
Yes.
We met by June. Okay?
Yes.
You remember? And nice, very nice to see you again in presence. Okay. I prepared my paper on the domestic violence and child protection because it's the very hot issue in Korea. Because we are actually our society is changing from the traditional Confucian culture to the modern society. And so I will tell you some interesting points about that and the specific measures for the protection of children victims against the domestic violence. Sorry. Bahasa Indonesia saya kurang, and so tidak bisa membuat presentasi di dalam bahasa Indonesia. Untuk you understanding our in English di bahasa dalam bahasa English, okay? Thank you. Listen to it, domestic PowerPoint. Yeah. Next.
Next slide, please.
Okay, that's okay. Listen to it, domestic violence in Korea defined as acts that involve physical, mental, or property damage between family members. This question has emerged as one of the serious social problems in Korean society. In 2018 is the last statistics published by the government. Actually, we had a new survey in 2019. It is maybe it will be published in the end of this year. Yeah. 31,642 cases were received through the domestic violence emergency reporting system. It's only in Seoul. And in particular, the issue of violence or abuse against the children who are in the most vulnerable position, not only socially, but also within the family, is regarded as a serious threat to our health, present, future, and future society. In fact, according to the child abuse statistics published by the Ministry of Health and Welfare in 2019, of the total number of reports received as suspected cases of child abuse, the number of reports by mandated reporting of child abuse accounts for 23%. Among them, the number of reports by elementary and secondary school staff accounted for 15.4%, which is a much higher rate than other mandatory reporting cases, indicating that the elementary and the secondary school teachers are in an important position as mandatory reporting persons in relation to child abuse crimes. On the other hand, looking at the relationship between the abuser and the child victim, among the 30,045 cases judged as child abuse in 2019, it's abuse by parents is the most, with 22,700 cases, about more than 75%. And abuse by other guardians other than parents were by secondary school, elementary and secondary school teachers, with 2,154 cases. It's about 7%. Looking at the places where child abuse occurred, 2,277 cases of child abuse occurred in institutions that care for and educate children, such as schools, daycare centers, and kindergartens. The number of cases of child abuse at home is the highest, with about 80% of the abuse. Let's take a look at the budget and the settlement trends for child welfare project from 2012 to 2016. It can be seen that these social phenomena are well reflected. Child welfare business includes abuse report reception and service linkage, case management for children from vulnerable groups, protection of children requiring protection, self-reliance support for children requiring protections, and after-school care services. It's all, the budget is for all this kind of matters. This total budget increased from, I'll tell you in rupiah, about 2,214, about 2,200 million in 2012 to 3,500 million in 2016, with an average annual increase of 12%. In particular, the budget related to abuse reports and the service increased from about 100 million in 2012 to 1,600 million in 2016, with an average annual increase of more than 90%. It can be said that it shows that it has emerged as a serious social issue in Korea. However, it was not long before domestic violence itself and against the children began to emerge as a social issue in Korean society. It means that in a society where Confucian traditions are still partially recognized, matters within the family are subject to legal recognition and are constantly changing. Before my presentation, I've heard that Mr. General Secretary of MPAF mentioned that the sexual violence and the protection of child is recently increasing
yes.
in Indonesia.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, with some difficulties to arrange the questions because of the regional culture, difference of regional culture. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a new another question in comparing with the Korean case. Yeah. We don't have some kind of difference culture, but only from the Confucian culture to the modernism. It's still only questions. And so I'm obliged to explain some questions on the evolution of legal aspects on family and the children themselves. I can resume the question like as from inside home to society. Traditionally, home has been considered the most private space, traditionally and even today, in which family members are supposed to coexist peacefully. Korea, it was traditionally a society that required a certain order, not only between husband and wife, but also between parents and the children. It can be said that the main task of the state at that time was maintain order based on discrimination, based on the status, for example, based on the gender, origin, age, etc. Let me cite some kind of Confucian discipline. According to 5 moral disciplines in human relations in Confucianism, there should be different role distinguished between the husband and his wife, and there should be righteousness between the father and the son. In Korea, industrialization through the 1970s brought about the fundamental changes in traditional society. In other words, it caused a reaction against the existing discriminatory factors. Some phenomena in Korea. Dissolution of the extended family system and the nuclear family emphasize on individual identity of family members, for example. In order to ensure the dignity of individual citizens who are members of the national community, first of all, the dignity of its members must be guaranteed within the family community, which is the basic unit of the national community. As the relationship between members moved away from the authoritarian system and turned into a horizontal relationship, in this case, you can see potential and undisclosed conflict between family members began to be exposed to the outside. It has become a subject of legal recognition as it has been transformed from a family problem to a social problem. Yeah. And so recently in Korea, the family question is considered as an object of constitutional recognition. It was in 1980 constitutional amendment by the constitutional amendment. Yeah. This social phenomenon was constitutionally accepted. However, requirement. However, considering that the authoritarian political system at the moment was inherited and maintained by the so-called new military government, and so this question was only considered as a slogan, and no specific measures were taken to realize the constitutional provisions. However, the relevant regulations were succeeded to the current constitution, it's constitution of 1987. A product of the democratization movement in the process of prioritizing the national task of political democratization, the authoritarianism in family relations could only be followed after a considerable period of time had passed. That's why I mentioned it's very recent. This question, we raised this question in our society after about in the end of 1990s, from 1990s to actually in 1990s from there.
Another 5 minutes, so you may enter into the laws and regulation and what kind of regulation there which needs to be specific, need to be addressed in Korea.
In Korea, constitutionally, let me show you. It's Article 36. Paragraph 1, I can cite this clause. If I cite, marriage and family life shall be entered into and sustained on the basis of individual dignity and equality of the sexes, and the state shall do everything in this power to achieve that goal. It's main clause, main provisions. And so I can cite another provisions. We have to, it's Article 9 of the Constitution, the state shall strive to sustain and develop the cultural heritage and to enhance national culture. Without cohesion, it could not go well. Two clauses seems to be against each other.
So that is the basic regulation. Okay.
And so
is there any specific legislation relating this?
There are many legislations.
Okay, please, sir.
I'll tell you
Okay.
how many times I have
Okay, 5 minutes more.
5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
You can pass the.
Just you can explain with the sharing with us what kind of legislation that you have in Korea, specific laws and regulation.
You can pass the slide.
Pass the slide into the legislation, law and regulation in Korea. Yes, this one.
The conflict with the Confucian tradition is very important question in Korea, but considering I have no time, and so let me pass to the specific regulations.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, basic structure, yeah. However, let me resume the constitutional question.
Okay. No issue.
You can see that it is not easy to harmonize between the change of the times and the tradition. However, it is clear that each person has dignity regardless of age or gender. In this context, even though parents' right to education for their children is considered as a natural human right, the legal right to discipline children has been removed from the Civil Act. It is a very important question.
Okay.
You understand? Yeah. Okay. And we have a printing here before this. No,
Yes, this one.
before this slide. You can see the kind of printing.
Yeah, we can print them and
Yeah.
share with them.
Yeah. No. Okay. That's the summary.
Summary side.
Yeah. The
Okay.
Printing. Okay. The next slide.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Yeah. It's a very famous painting in Korea.
Oh, I see.
It's in Korea. It's our traditional about the elementary school.
Oh, I see.
Elementary school like that. In the middle of the painting, his teacher, yeah, and the students.
Okay.
Okay. Next time, if I have time to explain about that. Basic legislation next time.
Basic.
Next slide. Yeah. Basic structure. Yeah. The first legislation was Child Welfare Act. In 1981, but I told you already, it's a kind of slogan, not executive. Yeah? And so, in fact, the second.
Next slide, please.
Second legislation is Infants and the Young Children Care Act in 1991.
Okay.
Under the current constitution. And second is Act on the Prevention of Domestic Violence and the Protection, 1997, and Act on Special Cases concerning the punishment of crimes of domestic violence, in 1997 also, and the Act on the Protection protection of children and juveniles against the sexual abuse, 2000, and the Act on the Special Cases concerning the punishment on child abuse crimes, 2014. Yeah, we have legislated many kind of acts, and so in this case, we have some problem about that.
So can you give a summary to us why so many legislation still they have in Korea?
Of course.
Why still the numbers of incidents abuse is still increasing in Korea? Like you said in the beginning of the slide.
Okay.
Just in a simple answer, Professor.
Very good point.
Yes. As a closing, before we start to another session to Miss Fatima.
Okay. Just two things. First, basically, in Korea, families and primary and secondary schools are expected by legislation to take on an important role in taking specific measures to protect children. And so, our legislation, according to the detailed legislative demands, such as object of protection or regulation by age, by act, etc. So we, at that moment, we had made very diverse legislations.
I see.
You understand?
Understand, Professor.
Yeah. As a result, the disadvantages of partial overlapping of contents and inconsistency of concepts are revealed. Actually, we are arranging, reorganizing, restructuring resolving these questions.
Okay.
Okay, you understand.
Understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
Thank you, Professor.
I can finish this. Too short here. 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Okay. We still have more question in the Q&A session. Don't worry, Professor. We still have time for Q&A session. So we make it short.
Last time I have 200 questions and you understand?
Yeah.
So long.
Okay. Our next speaker, Dr. Fatima Naik Wadi from Unisula Semarang. Doctor, time is yours. Let us give once again a big round of applause for Dr. Fatima. Here, okay? Up there. Yeah, okay. Please slowly. Sorry if I interrupt you.
Selamat pagi.
Pagi.
A very good morning to one and all present in this auditorium and online attendees. First of all, I would like to thank Unisula, Rector, Dean, and the faculty members to provide me with such a opportunity to come and put forth my views and the regulations which we have in India, which can be used by Indonesia. By the way, am I loud or am I too fast? I don't want this to be a monologue. I want everyone to participate. If I am going too fast, I would appreciate if you are going to ask me to slow down. So, audience, am I too fast? Thank you. Today, the topic which I am going to present is like an iceberg. What we can see is just the tip of it. It may take days together to cover and complete all aspects of domestic violence or sexual violence and child abuse related to it. I have just attempted to cover the relevant changes which we have been, when I'm talking about we, I'm talking about as an Indian government, undertaken by the Indian government to deal with the domestic violence. And in my view, And I firmly believe in this. If in a family, women are subjected to domestic violence, it can directly impact the future of the children in the house and indirectly the future of the nation, of the country, which they belong to. So I would like my presentation to be presented, and I'm not going to talk about statistics. I'm just going to talk about the legislation which we have in India in place. And in India we have legislation over child abuse as well, but I'm not going to cover that because looking at the time constraint. First slide, please. Next. Okay. So I'm not going to start with the introduction because already Professor Bjorn has covered. But still, I would like to give a general definition of domestic violence. General introduction. Slide. Never mind. Domestic violence is also known as intimate partner violence, the violence which is caused within the domestic circle of your family. It can be caused, it is not gender specific, it can be caused to anyone. It can be, oh, no. I want first slide of my introduction.
First slide.
Slides.
First slide, please.
After introduction.
After interim.
Before this history.
Before this. Yes. This is.
Yep. Thank you. So, domestic violence refers to any form of abusive behavior or violence that occurs within a domestic or intimate relationship. It may take forms including physical, sexual, emotional, and economic abuse. So, why I wanted this particular explanation to be explained is because we are dealing with sexual violence here today. And domestic violence can happen to anyone, regardless of gender, age, ethnicity, or socioeconomic status. However, women are more prone to be exposed to this kind of violence is because of their dependency upon the male partners. And domestic violence was not looked as a crime until recently. Even in India, the act was passed in 2005. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
Next. Yeah.
Next slide.
So
Okay.
I'm just going to move to the next slide, which is about the history of legislation which is passed in India. In India, there was no such law which was dealing with domestic violence until recently. And this was passed in 2005, but before it was passed, the urge was felt, and many, basis on the statistic studies, which cases were filed under section 498A and 304 of B, IPC, which deals with cruelty and dowry death. And this is covered morely into Domestic Violence Act. So the cases were too high filed, which was filed under these two sections, and particularly based on that statistics, the National Commission for Women prepared a bill, and which was presented in the Parliament of India in 2002, and after that many discussions and reconstructions and changes were made, and finally the act was passed in 2005. and assented by President on 13th September 2005. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
I am going to highlight the key elements of the Act which was passed by Indian government. So the first key highlight of the Domestic Violence Act is the definition of domestic violence. The Act defines domestic violence as any act or conduct of a person that harms or injuries or has the potential to harm or injure the health, safety, or well-being of a woman. This includes physical, sexual, emotional, verbal, and economic abuse. The Act also talks about the complaint, who can file a complaint. So here it's not necessary the victim herself need to go and file a complaint. Complaint can be filed or lodged by any and everyone. Anyone from the family member or neighbor or anyone who has witnessed such incident. Then the Act also talks about the protection orders. I'm directly going on protection orders and I'm going to come to protection officers after this slide. The Act provides for the issuance of protection orders which can prohibit the abuser from committing any act of domestic violence or entering the victim's place of residence. This order can also provide the victim
Slide. Okay, stop.
The victim's exclusive possession of the shared household. The residence orders, the Act provides for issuance of residence orders, which can direct the abuser to provide alternative accommodation to the victim or to pay rent for the shared household. These orders can also provide for the victim's right to stay in a shared household. And it also talks about monetary relief. The Act provides for the payment of monetary relief to the victim, which can include compensation for injuries, loss of earnings, and medical expenses. The abuser can also be directed to pay maintenance to the victim and any children from the relationship. The Act also talks about custody orders. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
The Act provides for the issuance of custody orders which can grant the victim the temporary custody of any children from the relationship. The Act also provides for visitation rights to the abuser subject to certain conditions. And the Act also talks about the ex parte orders. The Act allows the magistrate or the service provider or the protection officer to pass ex parte orders if the woman is in immediate danger of domestic violence without hearing to the other party. The Act also talks about, next slide please, shelters and short stay homes. The government supports the establishment and maintenance of shelters and short stay homes where the domestic violence victims can seek temporary accommodation, safety, and support. These facilities provide a secure environment and basic amenities. So I just completed the orders which the magistrate or the judge can pass if required. These are within the ambit of the powers of the judge.
Yes.
Now I am going to take you the other important aspect about the Act, wherein it talks about to whom the complaint can be filed with. Now the Act specifically talks about appointment of protection officers and service providers, and then of course we have courts, that is magistrate. And this particular cases are filed with police, and the cases are taken up to the family court in India.
So magistrate is a district court, but a bit higher.
Correct. So basically, he has all the powers which are designed under this act, and legal protection officers and service providers help the victim to go to the right place, to approach to the right place, and make them aware of the available remedies.
Okay. Next, please.
This particular act also talks about legal aid and counseling. The Government of India aids and finance legal aid and counseling. Legal aid in India is covered by the general specific laws, where the government facilitates legal aid service through legal service authorities, ensuring the victims have access to legal advice and representation. Counseling services are also provided to victims to help them cope with trauma and provide emotional support. The Act also provides with shelters and short stay homes. Now, this next step comes here. What about, we all know about the pendency of huge cases in India.
Next slide, please.
Fast track courts.
Next slide, please. Yes.
These are the case laws, but before moving on to the case law, I just want to mention one thing, that these particular cases are filed and taken up before fast track courts, which are special courts. Because in India, the pendency before the judiciary is high, and if a case is filed, you never know when you are going to be heard. So under this act, a provision is made to make sure that the victim is not denied or delayed the justice. So this particular fast track courts have set up to expedite the hearing and resolution of domestic cases. The Act provides for a comprehensive approach to addressing domestic violence and protecting the rights of women in India. It's important to note that while the Indian government has taken significant steps to address domestic violence, challenges such as limited awareness, social stigma, and inadequate resources still exist. Efforts are going on to strengthen the legal framework and enhance the support system to effectively combat domestic violence in India. Now, moving on to this particular slide, which is on screen. Here, I think there is one more
Next slide.
Previous
Reverse or
case law.
this one?
No, after this.
After this, please. After this.
No.
Before that.
Yeah. There's one case law.
Only one case.
I have put two.
They have put two cases.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
stop.
So in this particular case, issue involved was whether the act has retrospective or retroactive effect. So here, the wife, before passing of this act, she separated from the husband and she was living separately. And the issue before the court was whether Domestic Violence Act will be applicable to include the victims of domestic violence prior to 2005, because before the passing of this act, she had already separated from the husband. So the court here held that even if wife who had shared a household in the past but was no longer doing so when the act came into force would still be entitled to protection of Domestic Violence Act 2005. So basically this particular act has a retrospective effect, and the courts are more deliberate and looking forward to provide the justice to the victims of domestic violence. So the ambit is very big of this particular act. Next, Yeah, in these two cases, the issue was almost the same. So I have just clubbed these two cases all together. Here again, the word complaint and the word respondent used under the complaint was in question. When the respondent, when we talk about Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act, the first thing come to our mind that she is going to file a complaint against her husband, that is a male partner.
Okay.
So here the issue was whether a complaint can be filed under the Domestic Violence Act only against an adult male person and not against the husband's female family relatives who are female.
So only husband.
No. So the ambit is wide. The courts are looking forward to provide justice and go beyond.
Okay.
So the court held that the act does not exclude the female relatives of husband or male partners from the scope of the complaint, the word complaint. So
Okay.
it means women can file complaint against her husband and his relatives, including female relatives. Okay, I think I've covered everything within the time.
Okay, we still have the time. Before you step down, I would love if you can share with us. I have two questions actually. Why India have so many complaint case?
So, Mr. Bismo, I'm so sorry. We can just continue the presentation. After that, we still have Prof. Azam. And after that,
just to share for us, to share our knowledge for her. So, because you mentioned about the a complete comprehensive laws and legislation in India, why still happen incident in India? Why it's cultural or because it's stigma? This is need to be shared to us.
The answer covers actually both. It's culture and the stigma.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, the legislation, the next session will be our Mr. Azam. Our Mr. Azam. Mr. Azam? Are
Yes,
you
I
online?
am.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Bapak moderator, can you hear me?
Yes, you quite clear. Please
Right.
address your, give us your insight, knowledge from Malaysian perspective. I will call you Cikgu and Cik Guru.
And
Please share with us what is your ideas or thoughts. What's happening in Malaysia? How Malaysia provide or with this issue or to make it to protect sexual violence, to minimize the incidents.
yeah.
Please.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning to all of you. I hope that you can hear me very well, even though I am far away from Semarang, from Unisula. We are in the northern part of Malaysia, almost close to Thai borders. And I think we are still in Shawwal, and I wish you Selamat Hari Raya Aidil Fitri. Kullu am wa antum bi khair. Eid Mubarak. Right. So thank you very much, Bapak Moderator and Honorable Rector of Unisula, Prof. Dr. H. Gunato, Honorable Dean, Faculty of Law of Unisula, Professor Dr. Bambang Tri Bauno, and Prof. Dr. Hanis, Honorable Prof. Dr. Hanis, and Honorable Prof. Dr. Sri Endah, and my colleague speaker, distinguished Professor Byun Heshul from Hengkyo University, and distinguished speaker Dr. Fatima Naikwadi from Unisula Semarang. And before that, Bapak Moderator, what about the slide? Do I need to share my own? Okay, thank you. Right, I hope this is the latest slide provided by me. And once again, thank you very much and congratulations for the secretariat of this international conference and call for papers. This is the second time I was invited last year, almost in the middle of the year, and this the second time, Alhamdulillah. At the beginning, I planned to go to Unisula Semarang, but unfortunately, I just finished a program with the Dewan Bahasa and Pustaka under the Ministry of Education. Just came back from the workshop yesterday, then I might able to go to Unisula Semarang, inshallah, in the future. I already promised to, I call it my sister, Prof. Dr. Sri Endah and Prof. Anis. Inshallah, I have planned to go to Unisula and with the Dean School of Law, inshallah. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think more or less the same topic, a very good topic, the theme for this this international conference for this time, to talk about the domestic violence and child protection. But I believe that there are so many things that are so important point to handle this matter recently, and especially as we know that during the pandemic COVID-19, I believe that not only in Malaysia, throughout the world, the issue on domestic violence and child protection become a big issue, and especially I can say in Malaysia also become a big issue. Later on we will see the statistic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next slide.
Next slide, please.
Right? So what can we see from this? I believe that all of us, this is what we want, right? One day we'll get married, and then for those who already got married, and then Alhamdulillah. So I put it several sentences there to be completed by you. Marriage is what, right? And then what are the duties and responsibilities of husband and wife, regardless of religion, whether you are a Muslim, whether you are non-Muslim, you are Malaysian, you are Malay, you are Malaysian, or you are Indonesian. Then the role or the duties and responsibilities as a husband and wife, right? Whether we agree or not, and then from the beginning of the relationship, to build up the relationship, we name it as marriage, then whether we know our duties and responsibilities as a husband and wife. And then after the solemnization or akad, then what next, right? What next? So of course our dream, and this I took the picture during the Hari Raya time, just recently during the Hari Raya time, you can see how the bond between, or the relationship between the family, or we can say that the family bond, right, among the members. This is what we want, right? This is what we want, and that is our dream. The relationship between father and mother, between parents and sons and daughter. So that is the ambition or the dream of everyone, right? That is the dream of everyone. But if in reality, move to next slide, please. If I just want to share with you the situation in Malaysia. This is the real data, right? The data reported for 2019 and 2020 about the domestic violence in Malaysia. This happened in Malaysia, and as I mentioned it before, 2019, 2020, 2021, we experienced the pandemic COVID-19, right? And you can see in Malaysia, the statistic shown there, number of cases of domestic violence, total number is 673, right, in 2019, but in 2020, 1047. So before the Bapak moderator asked me why there is increasing in number, I will say that maybe because of the factor of the COVID-19, we implement the CMO control movement order, meaning that everyone in their home, in their house, and then stay with their family. We can say that almost 24 hours, right? So it might contribute, the factors contribute to domestic violence. Then, if you move to the next slide, you can see domestic violence cases by type of violence, right? So, out of 1047 for 2020, you can see the type of violence. So I don't want. I hope that after this, we will. The secretariat will share the slide with all participants, and then you can read on your own about the domestic violence. There are a number of type domestic violence in Malaysia, but the most important thing is the number of domestic violence cases to hit the button that this incident we can't ignore, right? We have to address it very well to make sure everything or the number of cases can be controlled, can be reduced, right? And we hope for the zero number of cases. Then, for the child protection, next slide please, right? In reality, for the child protection, you can see that the children in need of protection and rehabilitation, only 148, but I want to share with you the next slide please, about the child, right? I can say that the child in need of care and protection by state. So you can see in 2019, number of cases 6382, but reduced in 2020 to 5858, right? A very a nice number, 5858. So it showed the reducing in number, but still a big number, right? But still in a big number. And the most important thing is the X for the child abuse here. If you can see the next slide, you can see, next slide please, you can see type of domestic violence to the child. You can see injured and abused under section 17(1)(a), involving physical, emotion, and sexual. The first one you can see, right? So this thing actually trigger. It's not only for the authority to handle this, but to the entire population, to the entire citizen, to the entire members of the family. We have to make sure to aware about this situation. Next slide, please. Right. So this is also the total number, the children in need of care and protection by reason for abuse, right? You can see among the factors or reason of abuse for children, family dispute, financial problem, negligence of parent or guardian, and tradition or superstitious belief, and alcoholic, okay, gambler, drug addict, involved in crime, the sex maniac, the abuser has mental problem, and etc. So I hope this, I already answered the moderator's question relating to the factors contribute to the domestic violence, right?
Okay.
Okay, so in Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, that is the scenario. That is the scenario for 2 years. We didn't get, I didn't get the latest statistic, still not released by the Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat or by the Department of Social Welfare. Maybe This year they will release the statistic for 2021 and 2022. But now we move to the Malaysian approach, right? The Malaysian government survival and then protection. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Yes, survival, and then this is the government try to tackle the survival, and the next slide is protection. I don't want to read the step taken by the government. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, protection, and then next slide. Initiative of growth, right, and then participation. Next, advocacy, and finally research and development. That is the blueprint of the government in order to implement the first policy. And then if you refer to the next slide, we also implement Malaysian National Child Protection Policy. This is the
7 key.
policy previously is more general, but this one is more specific. We implement more specific Malaysian National Child Protection Policies, specifically to implement to ensure the safety of the children with 7 key objectives as follow. You can see increase awareness, and then creating a safe, and then encourage organization, protect every child, and specify suitable individual to deal with the children, improve support services, and then increase research and development to improve the protection. Then, if you go to the next slide, you will see the strategy that we use by the government. The first one is advocacy, next, prevention, and then support service, then research and development. There are 4 strategies carried out by the government. Ladies and gentlemen, so among the implementation or the enforcement by the government in order to ensure or to control or to govern the issue on domestic violence and child protection, the government passed by 2 acts. The first one is, we name it as a Domestic Violence Act 1994, right? And regulation, this is Act 521. If you can see this slide, especially for the legal protection in situation of domestic violence and matters incidental thereto. So this is the main statute implemented by the government of Malaysia in order to control the domestic violence. One of the policy, one of the strategy, because we will use the legal mechanism in order to control or to ensure to reduce the domestic violence cases. So next slide, please. Relating to the slide, we spell out what is the meaning of domestic violence. So if you can see, there are interpretation. We clearly spell out what is actually, after the several amendments up to recent, to make sure that nothing or any action to be included or to be considered as domestic violence. We don't want to left out any interpretation which the parties might use it during the trial in the court. So we have to define it very well, very clear what is actually domestic violence. And the most important things here, you can see the domestic violence then, by a person, whether by himself or through a third party against his or her spouse, his or her former spouse. That's very interesting. Not only during the marriage bond, but after that, his or her former spouse, a child, and is incapacitated adult or any other member of the violence. So the domestic violence might involve those persons, right? And then you go to next slide, right? The terminologies, I don't want to discuss about this. This is only the interpretation from the statute. Our statute, the interpretation of spouse and then child and also incapacitated adult. Right. If you go to next slide, yes, violence by former spouse. Then we will ask why you are not in the marriage anymore. You have your own way, I have my own way. And then why we are still, according to the case Manggalaswari Panampalam versus Giritan I Rajaratnam in 2015, reported by the court decided that a person can still commit an act of domestic violence against his or her former spouse even after the divorce, right? So still we consider it a domestic violence. So this is a very good, meaning that the legal protection is extended to an ex-spouse. Consequently, if the parties are divorced and living separately, protection under Domestic Violence Act 1994 can be sought by the victim. So conversely, those who do not fall under this list of victim fall outside the ambit of the act even if they were harmed by their perpetrators. But we have to remember, we still have penal code, right? Even though the action not falls under the jurisdiction of DVA 1984, but still we can take action under the criminal, under the penal act. Ladies and gentlemen,
5 minutes, sir.
yeah. So this is the legal protection in Malaysia. So we have the emergency protection order. So this is what we need urgently, right, to protect the, for example, the wife abused by the husband or the husband abused by wife, who knows, right? We need the emergency protection order. That one will be granted by the court immediately, right? And then after that, go for the interim protection order, and finally for the protection order. So the most important thing is we need to immediately, we don't want to deny the, as mentioned by our friend just now, our distinguished speakers, Dr. Fatima just now, we don't want to delay the case, but we need to implement as soon as possible, meaning that here in Malaysia we use the emergency protection order to implement it immediately. The court can grant order in this matter. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next one, is protection of children. So for the children, we have specific Child Act 2001, Act 611, and regulation. So if you can see, children in need, next slide, children in need of care and protection is clearly spelled out by the statute, and we have a specific one. This one already, only to govern the abuse of the children and the matters if the children commit crime or whatever, and also the court. But I only want to touch on the child protection. So here the statute spell out the children in need of care and protection, clearly stated in the statute. Next slide. Okay, on the again on the interpretation, very long. So we also don't want to miss any action which can be used by the parties, right? Can be used by the parties to run away from the law. Next slide, please. So in this statute, you can see that the abuse might be physically injured or emotionally injured and sexually abused. The three elements or the three type of domestic violence towards children, either physical or emotional or sexually abused. So covered by the statutes. Right, next. So what will happen if the parties fail to report to social welfare department, to the authority, to the government? What will happen? So here we emphasize the duty of member of the family. If anything happens to your family, to the kids, to the children, and then the responsibility of the member of the family, you have to report it. You have to lodge a report. If you fail to do so, then you are liable to a fine not exceeding 5,000 ringgit or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or to both. This is to reflect the importance of the safety of the children that we want. And then the care provider also, not only in the family. If you send a children to the any child care provider, right? So if anything happen, they fail to report to the respective authority. I believe that you know about the latest case in Malaysia recently and already decided by the court, and they are the child care provider. What happened to the Bainun?
Your time is almost up, sir.
Yeah, right. And then next we go to the offences in relation to the health and welfare children. Also the ill treatment, neglect, abandon or exposure of children. Clearly also we spell out if anything happen in the case of abuse, neglect, abandon or whatever, especially the sexual abuse, so it will consider as an offence, and upon conviction to a fine not exceeding 50,000 ringgit or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 20 years or to both, right? And then next slide please. And then another thing is children not to be used for begging, also a hot issue in Malaysia. And then next is offense, next slide, offense to leave children without reasonable supervision, also considered as
Your time is up, sir.
alright, I will go for the conclusion. Okay, so next is children in need of protection and rehabilitation, and finally the offences. Okay, so I hope you can read on your own after this. The secretariat will show it for you. And finally, conclusion, you can see the slide I took from the internet. Your silence is the greatest weapon. So voice out, we need to voice out physical, verbal and emotional. And finally, we always, as mentioned in the Quran from verse 74, Surah Al-Furqan, we always read it and we always recite it in our doa every after 5 daily prayers, especially Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa zurriyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Hopefully Allah will grant us, will bless us, will bless our family, our kids and all of the Muslim community and all of the population in our country, wherever you are, wherever they are, in Malaysia or in Indonesia or and throughout the world, and blessing. We try our best to make sure that there is no domestic violence against any parties, and also the protection to the children. Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa zurriyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. That's all from me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Azam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for all speakers for their informative discussion and interesting talk. Well, fellow students and ladies and gentlemen, now if anyone has any question, I'm sure that 3 speakers will be pleased to answer them. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are in Q&A session. Due to time constraint, we have only 15 minutes. There will be 3 questions for the first Q&A session. If still we have time, we can add more. But at this point, we just give 2 questions from this offline participant, and 1 question will be from the chat box. Please state your name, institution, and to whom it might address. Okay, please on the right side, my right side and my left side. So my left side first and then my right side. Okay, please using an English.
Oh, keliru. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. My name is Zainal Arifin. I'm from Kalimantan, Balikpapan. Basically, I'm a doctor, gynecologist, but I'm interested to get the law. According to our topic today, sexual violence and child protection, I would like to hear what is your opinion about sexual violence and child protection according to the basically from my specialistic gynecologist. Maybe in this room, not too much women, but I want to ask first to the women, have you any experience
Please make it short, Pak.
Oh yeah, because I have to the specific question. Yeah.
Yes.
I want to ask to the audience in here, especially the women, have you any experience the menstrual pain? Have you? Apakah di sini ada yang pernah mengalami nyeri haid? Cause from my experience and for the thousands question to the women, especially the child, about more than 50% answer my question. They have experienced menstrual pain, but unfortunately, the parents neglected or abandoning them about this condition. My question is it the neglected or abandoning from the parents to the child, to the children?
It's a crime.
Who suffer menstrual pain is included the domestic violence for definition. Thank you.
Thank you. Addressed to whom the question? All the parties?
All of the speakers.
All speakers.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Especially for Prof. Azam from Malaysia.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Prof. Azam, so I will put another question first, and then thereafter we will continue with the response from the speakers. Okay. From my right side.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To everyone and to Prof. Byun, good day, and to Mbak Fatima, selamat siang. Yeah, I would like to address my questions to Prof. Byun and to Ibu Fatima. The first one to Prof. Byun. It's so bad that we have here about 22,000 cases child abuse in your country, which involve the parents as the doers, which all of us know that parents should be the first side, the first person or party who protect children. So in Indonesia, when parents do that kind of crime, they hurt their children.
I'm sorry, could make it in a short sentence?
Yes, okay. Sorry. The parents will get harder or stronger punishment. How about in your country? Is that special or certain treatment given to the doers, to the parents, when they do that kind of crime to their own children? That's my question. Certain punishment or special treatment to the parents who do the abuse to their children. Okay, my second question to Bu Fatima. You mentioned that women are disproportionately affected by domestic violence from intimate partners. Too bad. So sad knowing about that. In Indonesia, we are talking about the comparison, okay? In Indonesia, when that kind of cases take place, there is other parties beside policemen who involved to overcome the issues like parents or like religion
Sorry,
figures?
because
or,
we have a time constraint. Can you specific to directly to the question?
Okay, so in your country, is that also a side or parties who may involve in overcoming issues in domestic violence? That's my question. That's all, Mr.
Okay.
Moderator. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
kindly
Thank you.
giving me opportunity.
Thank you.
Everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Because this time is constraint, so we will ask the speaker to start respond and answer the queries. First one, question from Mr. Dr. Zainal from Balikpapan to Mr. Azam. Mr. Azam, you're still there?
Bapak moderator,
Ya.
boleh diulangi soalannya, repeat soalannya?
Oh, okay.
Mungkin?
The simple
Ya, kurang
que-
jelas tadi ya.
Okay, the simple question from the Dr. Zainal: every woman and children who has suffered in the monthly menstruation, and the parent doesn't know about this happen, is it neglect, abandonment under your laws? This is the question from Mr. Dr. Zainal.
Ya, ini berkaitan dengan perubatan ya Bapak ya?
Ya. From the perspective of the health actually.
Alright. Bagaimana ya mau dikatanya ini ya? How to say this?
In simple word, no issue, no problem.
Okay, I don't think so. It's not considered as negligent. Okay? I think not considered as negligent. But the most important thing is hopefully if they can share the situation, because we know that during that time we can see how the most important thing is, like for the husband especially, you have to have a knowledge how to handle your family at that time, right? If not, but I don't think we consider it as negligent or abuse.
Okay,
right?
thank you
Doctor,
so much.
Is it okay? Am I answering
I'm okay.
you?
It's answer all the anything. Okay, thank you. Another question is from Ibu who? Ibu Ita from Banjarmasin or the place? Okay. To the Mr. Hechul and thereafter Fatima. Please respond.
For your question. Thank you for your good question. I can resume like this. In Korea, even if parents' rights to education for their children is considered as a constitutional right. Parents can teach and some kind of discipline can give them some kind of, but in our civil act, the legal right to discipline children has been removed, deleted, and in fact, and the parents can not give them the physical pain for some kind of punishment. Okay, education in general, I can say in general, instead of punishment, I can use the term of education. Yeah. It's legally.
So if it is about education, to educate the children, is it allowed then?
Allowed, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, of course, It's the kind of constitutional court, parents.
Okay.
You understand? You understand? Yeah.
Okay, we hear azan. After Ibu Fatima respond, then we need to close this session because this is a policy of university. When after azan, we need to break every session for the solat session. So,
Thank you for the question. Okay.
just make it simple because.
So to answer her question, I would say in India, the provisions are so wide that if a complaint needs to be filed, not necessary that needs to be filed by her, the victim herself. So it can be filed by any family members or neighbors or anyone who has just witnessed that particular incident. So it makes wide ambit. And as far as counseling and other stuffs are concerned, so NGOs are there which are aided by government of India as well as NGOs which are running on their own, and we have several helplines which help the victim who need counseling or some guidance or remedies, like what are her remedies available to her, that provisions are there in place in India. Does this answer your question? Thank you. And to your question, in India we are actually dealing with another problem where a woman is menstruating, woman is not allowed to enter a house. She is being restricted to a particular place, area dedicated for her to stay there for that 7 or 5 days or that particular month. So in India, this question doesn't arise, whether it would be a crime or not, because now because of nuclear family and modernization, this has come to an a bit end, but still in rural areas in India, you will find that during those days, women are not allowed to enter the household. They are asked to sit, they are provided the meal and their necessities on that particular place. Does this answer your question? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any time. So finally, we come to the end of this session. I would like to give my highest gratitude and appreciation to all excellent speakers for their super insightful comment, response, thought, and discussion, alongside our audience for your active participation. I do hope everyone in this event will find this conference valuable and enjoyable. I return this session to the host or MC for taking a photograph and give some souvenir to the guest speaker. Please.
Thank you. I take it back from you and back to me, ladies and gentlemen. That's all the session 1 of this international conference. And after this, we're going to invite all the speakers who come in person to come forward to be given token by the program. Would you please come forward, Prof. Bun and Ms. Fatima? And we do invite Prof. Anis and Prof. Enda to come forward to give token to these speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, big applause, please. Come forward and stay in front of the stage. To appreciate the chief of the committee, we invite also Bapak Frankie to come along, Prof. Anis to give the token. Prof. Anis, the first token will be given to Prof. Bun, given by Prof. Enda. And the second one is the certificate. Well, thank you, ma'am. And the second one, the token and certificate are given to the most beautiful girl in the sessions, Ms. Fatima Nakwadi, PhD. Next, the certificate, please. Well, we do invite Prof. Bun and Prof. Im also to come forward to take picture together. Prof. Bun and Prof. Im, would you please come forward to take picture together? Along with Prof. Anis, Prof. Enda, and also Fatima. And also the chief of this committee, Mr. Frankie. Sebentar ya. Prof. Bun, Prof. Im, please come forward. Ya, sebentar, Ketua Panitia dan Prof. Andis dan Prof. Ina dulu. Oke, semua teman-teman mungkin boleh bergabung. Yeay, finally kita foto bersama. Baik, foto bersama. Siap ya? On my count, 1, 2, 3. Gaya formal. 1, 2, 3. Gaya formal dulu, oke. 1, 2, 3. Sekarang kepalkan tangan. Hidup mahasiswa. On my count, 1, 2, 3. Ini kok baru nyusul kok ngedi. Ulangi lagi boleh? Oke, ulang lagi, gaya kepalkan tangan. On my count, 1, 2, 3. Oke, sekarang gaya bebas. Bapak Ibu silakan gaya bebas semanis mungkin. Sarang yuk. Oh, cuan. On my count, 1, 2, 3. Baik, terima kasih. Mau gaya apa lagi sudah ya? Bapak Ibu, terima kasih. Angkatan 20 luar biasa sekali. Semangatnya dan kekompakannya. Semoga bisa membawa Bapak Ibu kembali ke Unisela dengan gembira. Kami persilakan seluruh pembicara. Pak, iya, dingin saya. Sebentar, udah habis satu ay. Would you please? Iya. Would you please all the speakers to back to the seat? And this is the end of the first session. Thank you so much for joining us in this first session. I do hope you can still rejoin us at 1 p.m. still in this Zoom and this room. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your cooperation and your attendance. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu, kami informasikan bahwa sesi kedua akan berlangsung tepat pukul 13.00. Kami persilakan Bapak Ibu untuk santap siang di ruang depan, di ruang sebelah, ruang transit, dan bisa santap siang dan isoma, dan kembali lagi ke ruangan ini tepat pukul 13. Nggak boleh ada yang kurang, nggak boleh ada yang pulang terlebih dahulu. Mas Desri, boleh dibantu untuk para pembicara luar, sudah join belum?
Baru Henry.
Dilihat dulu yang sudah tergabung.
Udah gabung dulu.
Sama
Udah hadir dulu.
Okay, good afternoon, Prof. Heng Eding and Professor Henning Glaser. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today. So I give it over to the moderator to continue the second sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give big applause for the moderator and the speakers.
I can start?
Yes, just a moment.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation on this very important international conference on domestic violence and child protection. I hope my voice is clear enough in Semarang.
Your voice is very clear.
Should it be louder? Should it be what? Is everything fine so?
Just medium.
Okay. Yeah, I have prepared.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Yeah, it's in my paper. I have written down a lot of information on legal aspects of domestic violence in the Netherlands. Much more than I can tell during my presentation. So I make a kind of selection of elements of my paper, and I will follow my PowerPoint presentation, and I hope you have received also the PowerPoint presentation from the organization. In my presentation, I will make of course, some preliminary remarks, and then first I will say something about the concept of domestic violence and the forms of expression. Then, because before we are going to the legal aspects, it's relevant also to give you some figures on the domestic violence in the Netherlands. That is, let me say, the second element of my presentation. I see. Yeah, okay. Perfect. You are doing good slide at the moment. Then I will speak more in detail about the legal aspects of domestic violence at the Netherlands legal level, and what are the discussions. And in my paper I have worked out quite recent information. So earlier this year there was a broad report in the Netherlands on domestic violence. So I made a lot of information from that, but also of course from other sources. So in that sense, it is also a very good moment to have this conference. After that, as you know, in the Netherlands, it's also relevant always to look to the implementation of EU regulation. And also on the EU level, we have some important developments related to domestic violence, which are relevant for the Netherlands and for the other EU member states. And it's for you more a kind of illustration what is happening on regional level. And finally, I have the international level, of course, the Istanbul Treaty, which has also very important elements which are relevant for everyone here in the world. Okay, let's start with the preliminary remarks. So please, the next slide. Thank you very much. There you see what is the elements of my presentation, and I will end my presentation with some conclusions. So I would like to have the next slide. Okay, so we start with the concept of domestic violence and its forms of expression, how we are doing it in the Netherlands, especially what are the definitions and what are the different elements in it. Domestic violence is violence committed by someone from the victim's domestic circle. And that can be partners, ex-partners, family members, relatives, and family friends. So the term domestic violence refers to the relationship between the perpetrator and the victim. And mostly there is a power difference between one and the other. The victim depends on the perpetrator. And the domestic violence involves physical, sexual, and psychological forms of violence. And we have different forms of domestic violence, like in every country. This may include child abuse, elder abuse, honor-related violence, female genital mutilations, forced marriage, or intimate partner violence. So all kinds of violence can take place in all forms, including psychology abuse and stalking. There may be, what is also relevant, there may be intentional mistreatment, but this is not always the case. Sometimes people can no longer take care of their loved ones or their clients, and in such a situation, their behavior can be derailed and resulting in mistreatments. The largest group of victims of domestic violence are women, but also men and children, and the elderly are also victims of domestic violence. And furthermore, it's also relevant to say that domestic violence occurs within all layers and groups of the population. But there is a special situation in relation. Sorry, I would like to have the following. Yeah. There is a special situation when we speak about children, because child abuse often refers to physical violence, while neglect, including neglect of medical care, is also a common variant. So, when we speak about children abuse, a distinction must be made between abuse, which is an active act, and neglect, which is a passive act. And broadly speaking, we can speak different forms of child abuse. Physical abuse, emotional abuse, physical neglect, emotional neglect, and also sexual abuse, sexual contacts with minors that take place against the child's wishes. So we have different types of, let me say, child abuse. Next slide, please. I just told you that there has been published a report in 2023 about the situation in the Netherlands on domestic violence. These figures relate to, first, domestic violence among young people. Then I will say something about the relationship between child abuse and domestic violence. And finally, I will make a clarification of the definition of domestic violence. But first, domestic violence among young people. In 2022, 25% of the 16 till 18 young people reported that they having been victims of one or more forms of domestic violence in the past 12 months. 25%. And in the age of 18 till 24, it was 16%. And for all these forms of domestic violence, young women were more likely to be victims than young men. Among 16 to 18 year persons, 29% were of girls, and more than 20% of boys say they have been victims of one or more forms of domestic violence. And in the age of 18 and 24, these were 20.2% and 12.8% respectively. This evidence from that report is a really shocking information about the situation in our country. That report, which is called the PHGSG report, that report distinguishes between verbal aggression in domestic circles, physical violence in domestic circles, coercive control, and stalking by ex-partner. Of all forms of domestic violence, verbal aggression in the home is the most common. 50.6% of 16 till 18 years old persons and 49.8% of 18 till 24-old young people say they have been victims of this in the past 12 months. And 15.2% of the 16 till 18 years and 8.7% of the 18 till 24 years age person have been victims of physical violence. And so you see there are very detailed figures about domestic violence in the Netherlands. And you have to read my report on that point more closely, and you will find the sources where you can work, where it has been worked out. So these are shocking figures about domestic violence among young people. Then here my second point, the relationship between child abuse and domestic violence. The Netherlands report use information from professionals, so-called informant study, and it is another report and it's about children between 0 and 17 years who've been relative severely or structurally abused. So that's a little different from that other report that I just mentioned. It is estimated that in 2017, there were between 90,000 and 127,000 children who experience one or more forms of abuse. And in 48% of the children who are victims of abuse, other forms of domestic violence also occur in the family, with domestic violence between parents in 62% of cases. Regarding the various forms of abuse, 28% of the children who are victims of sexual abuse also have some form of domestic violence in the family. In 17% of sexual abuse cases, the child also witnessed the domestic violence. And for physical abuse, this percentage is 53%. And for emotional abuse, 65%. So we see there are really incredible figures, but there is also a clear relationship between child abuse and domestic violence. And what does that mean for the definition? Important for a clear discussion is the need for a good definition. Domestic violence is violence committed by someone from the victim's domestic circle. These can be partners, ex-partners, family members, relatives, family friends. And domestic violence involves physical, sexual, and psychological forms of violence. Forms of domestic violence include child abuse, intimate and partner violence, and honor-related violence. By intimate partner violence, we mean the behaviors, the actions, and the attitudes of one of the partners or ex-partners that are aimed at controlling and dominating the other. Also, the children of parents who must deal with intimate partner violence are called children who witness intimate partner violence. By witness violence, we mean all the ways in which children may perceive violence between their parents. For example, children can see or hear the violence, feel the threat if there is repeated violence, and experience the short and long-term consequence, such as injury to their mother or a flight for a safe place.
Professor Ebbing, another 6 minutes.
Yeah, next slide, please. About the legal aspects, I have in this part of my paper, so paragraph 4, worked out 3 elements of domestic violence and the regulation on it: the preventing, the identifying, and the combating domestic violence. Prevention is mainly about stimulating discussion, when identifying is mainly about reporting, and when countering sanctions are discussed. The central government works together with municipalities to combat domestic violence. The municipality, they are responsible for what we call safe homes, domestic violence support centers, and they are also responsible for women shelters. This is stated in the Social Support Act 2015. And in combating domestic violence, municipalities work closely with other sectors, mental health care, with youth care, with police, with public prosecution. And now, because of the time, I will take some elements of my my presentation paper. Under paragraph 4.1, I have worked out the prevention side and how that is work, and it's mostly, especially a question of finding information. And also, education can help prevent violence. Sometimes the police find a threatening situation in people's home, but no criminal offense have been committed. So then you need a kind of preventive action to work on that. So that is prevention side. The second side is the identification element. And that also on the identification element, you find some regulation. Doctors and nurses and other professionals may have to deal with victims of domestic violence. And thanks to the Domestic Violence and Child Abuse Reporting Code, they know how to act. So we have a special Domestic Violence and Child Abuse Reporting Code. A meldcode huiselijk geweld. And in that code is described in 5 steps what has to do with it. How does the reporting code work out? And you find in my paper these 5 steps more in detail. And at the end of these 5 steps, there are professionals who make the decisions how to do and how to work with that. And an important element in that professional element in the code is also the professional secrecy. So the professional secrecy and the reporting code are really essential elements, and which all have a legal base in the Social Support Act of 2015. And then the legal aspects of repressing domestic violence, so the repressing side. And mostly it's a question of criminal offense and criminal procedures. All kinds of orders can be made, restraining orders. It's forbidden to go in a house, or it's forbidden to make contact. So all these elements are worked out in relation to the criminal code. The word domestic violence is not in the criminal code, but the activities which are done, they are described in the criminal code. I would like to ask you the next slide, please. There are all kinds of details on the national level, and I would like to ask you to read that and use, and if you have some question, let me know. But as I said, also for the Netherlands, the EU level is very important. And especially on EU, they have made considerable progress in gender equality over the last decades. And the general context is what we call the EU Gender Equality Strategy 2020 and 2025. It is also a way of to have a kind of harmonization how on EU level, but I mean in all the countries in Europe, they are dealing in the same way with the topic. And the objects of that gender-based is worked out in that equality, gender equality strategy. Now, and I want to ask you to the attention on March 8th, 2022, the European Commission adopted a proposal for a directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence. So an EU regulation is coming. And there you find criminalization of certain forms of violence, the strengthening of the victim support, and an improved access to justice for victims and adequate protection. So we find a kind of harmonization effect, and I have worked out several questions for you in the paper. Why there is in EU-wide legislation, what are the main elements of the proposal, what offense does the Commission propose to criminalize, what are the penalties for these offenses, and how does the proposal relate to the EU Victims Directive. And at the end, there is, as we know already, an international framework, the Istanbul Convention to address violence against women and domestic. What are then the additional elements in the EU legislation? You will find it in my paper, and now I would like to ask you for the next slide. Yes, because we have also on the Istanbul Convention, which has been ratified in the Netherlands in 2015, November 2015, the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence was also accepted in the Netherlands and entered into force in the 1st of March 2016. And also when you look to this international conference, broadly speaking, you can say the Netherlands is following this convention. And the 5 goals of the Istanbul Convention I've worked out: protection women from all forms of violence, eliminate all forms of discrimination, establish a comprehensive framework of policies, promote international cooperation, and work towards a comprehensive approach with support and assistance to organization and law enforcement. All these main elements, which are mentioned in my slide, these articles of the convention, I have described these more in detail. And there is a special attention also to migration and international cooperation, monitoring mechanism, and all kinds of relation to other mechanisms. So, next slide, please. In the paper, I have presented an overview of all these different legal aspects of domestic violence in the Netherlands. I made now just a selection, but you find everything in the paper. I started by making some general remarks about domestic violence and its most common forms. I gave you also very up-to-date figures on domestic violence in the Netherlands, and it gives a deeper understanding about the relationship between child abuse and domestic violence and a more clearer definition. And then I started with the domestic violation, the legal situation on domestic violence in the Netherlands, and also the relevance of the European
Professor,
regulation.
speak up. Your time is up.
1 second, please. 1 second, please.
Okay.
And also the EU regulation for the harmonization of these situations in the countries of the European Union. And finally, I made the main lines of the Istanbul Convention. So for each of the 3 levels, we can make important conclusions. On the national level, 3 lines in the development of policy and regulation on domestic violence. On the EU level, the focus is more on human rights and more specific on EU gender equality strategy. And on international level, we see also the protection of women and equality between men and women, but also the development of a comprehensive framework of policies and measures related to criminal law aspects and related to migration and asylum. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Professor Edi. Our second speaker is Professor Henning Glaser from CPG Thailand in Germany. Professor, oh.
Okay, should I start?
Yeah, please.
Very good. So,
Is
first
my
of
voice
all,
clear?
good morning in Germany. It's still morning. In Indonesia, it's already later. Selamat siang. I'm very happy, very pleased to be here, and I would like to first of all express my gratitude to the doctoral program of the Faculty of Law of Unisula, and my pleasure to be able to join this event. In my brief presentation of, as I understand, 15 minutes, I will focus on on the approaches taken in Europe, especially to tackle violence against women, domestic violence. And I will not touch on children, I will not touch on elderly, although these are also very, very important aspects of this topic. So I think we shouldn't forget that. There's a lot of structural and actual violence also against elderly people. And for sure, children, they are also very much exposed. But I will focus on women. This topic is very important because it is a legal and social issue that is not only affecting women as a generally disadvantaged group in many societies, but it is very much also affecting those women who are already economically, psychologically, and also regarding their age vulnerable. And these kind of offenses exploit, entrench, and perpetuate this vulnerability. So at the same time, domestic violence, violence against women is a very widespread offense in basically all societies. And at the same time, it occurs very much in the shadows of the private sphere of house and family. That supports a veil of secrecy, shame, and fear that is again creating more vulnerability and posing a serious challenge to combat this type of offense, which also challenges the dignity, safety, and happiness of the victims, but also the authority of the state to fight crime. Especially regarding sexual violence, we also have a huge debate historically, which still prevails in some cultures, about who is the victim of these kind of offensive. Is it the individual woman or is it the family? But this is another problem I will not touch on. The challenges to combat domestic violence and violence against women are manifold. We have, as legal challenges, the burden of proof very much. We also have delays in legal proceedings. We have underreporting. I think these kind of crimes are those crimes that are the most underreported, together with general sexual offenses. We have very often inadequate resources for support services such as shelters and counseling structures. We have also cultural and social barriers that are deeply ingrained in behaviors, beliefs, and make it difficult to combat these kind of offenses. Against this background, we have quite a long history in Europe, in different European states, but also in a coordinated European governance effort to tackle these crimes. And I would like to give you an overview about the most important areas and measures taken. Obviously, we have already heard from Professor Adink that we have in Europe the very famous Istanbul Convention, or the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. This is a very important framework that came into force in 2014, and the key provisions are aiming at defining broadly sexual violence and violence in general against women. And that is very important because it is stating in a very clear language that we are not talking about physical violence and sexual violence only, but also about psychological, economic abuse, stalking and harassment. Then we have the importance of prevention stressed by the Convention. We have the importance of comprehensive support services for victims. We have the inclusion of children who are witnesses of violence against their mothers. We have a number of measures aiming at moving prosecution. And we have also a very, very rigid monitoring and evaluation process, which is very important. That means that the states, the ratifying states, have to report to the Council, and they are also monitored in their way to implement. So this is the Istanbul Convention. Against this background now, I would like to touch a little bit on key areas in which European states try to improve the situation. First of all, I would like to talk a bit about substantial law, substantial criminal law. And there we have quite a number of new laws enacted over the last 10 years to protect women. And these laws define the offenses clearer and broader, as I just mentioned, for the Istanbul Convention. So we broaden the protective space. It's what I mentioned was defining, for example, violence. Violence is not just physical abuse, it's much more. We also have stricter penalties. And then we have also better legal protections for the victims in criminal procedure law. This is very important also that we have there special sections, special norms dealing with the position of the victim. Maybe I will point out only a few very important focal points in substantial law, procedure law now. First of all, we have the criminalization of marital rape, so rape in marriage. That was a long journey, and I think it is surprising to see how long it took for some European countries to criminalize it. So for quite a long time, it was legal to have rape in marriage. Luckily, that is done now for quite some years. Then we have the problem of the changing concept of sexual consent. And in more and more European countries, I think right now we have 14 countries, sexual consent is right now affirmative consent. That means only yes means yes. And that means the standard is an explicit and ongoing consent the entire sexual encounter. That means just the absence of a no or silence on the side of a woman is not enough. So this is a big topic, it's a big issue, and as I said, 14 countries in Europe, as far as I can count, have that kind of legislation. Then we have the incapacity of consent, so that's clear. If you're not capable to consent, then any act any sexual act is illegal. Another big issue is the topic of revenge porn. In quite some European countries, such as England, France, Germany, Spain, or Sweden, you have laws against revenge porn, against the disclosure of clips or pictures depicting women in sexual acts, or also men, and published without consent. So this is a crime. This is a crime, for example, in Germany, which is punished with up to 2 years.
Professor, another 2 minutes.
Sorry?
Another 2 minutes. Can you speed up?
2 minutes only.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, I will speak. So I thought I have 15 minutes, but 10 minutes is fine. So this is another very important legislation. Then we have some measures in procedure law, which are very important. So we have in some jurisdictions, regulations speeding up the legal procedure. We have measures to support and protect the victims throughout the legal process. We have the provision of access to victim advocates, legal aid. We have the possibility to allow testimonies to be given in a safe and supportive environment. We have no drop policies. That is very important. That means if a woman decides to not go on with prosecution, in many jurisdictions, the policy is to still do it. So even if the woman says, no, I don't want, the police has to investigate. In Germany, this is anyway the case. The German police will investigate in any case of suspicion of an offense, if it is not a minor offense. We also have improved investigation and prosecution procedures. I think that is the last thing I can mention here. We have, for example, special investigation techniques. This is very important. So there are certain forensic advancements, victim-centered interviewing methods. We have specialized units or officers to handle these kind of cases effectively. We have training for police officers, judges, and prosecutors to sensitize them to the specific needs and experiences of victims. And I think all that is creating generally more capable officers, prosecutors, and judges to deal with these very sensitive cases in which the victims are very often afraid, very often ashamed, and asking themselves if they should really seek for legal redress. So I think that is what I can say in the time limit. As far as I can see here, I spoke almost 11 minutes. And if my time is 10 minutes, I'm over it already. But I can go on. Up to you.
Okay. Please go. If you still have any more to add, then I can give you more minute. If you still have...
That's nice. I have a lot to, but maybe only one point.
Okay.
I think that is important.
Make it short. Make it short in summary.
I make it totally short. 2 minutes. We have an interesting law in Germany. What I would like to present, and that law allows the police to take protective measures. So if there's an act of violence, the police can remove the perpetrator, the husband, the boyfriend, whoever that is, from the residence and impose a 10-day prohibition to return to the house. And the police will watch that, will monitor that. This is a quite new law, and it was very much debated in Germany. And I think it's maybe an interesting. That's all from my side then. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Professor. Our next speaker, Mr. Professor Farouk. Professor Farouk, are you there?
Yes. Hello. Hello to everyone.
Hi, Professor.
Hi.
Okay.
So,
Time is yours, Professor.
could you share my presentation, or will I share it?
Okay, please share the presentation. Just
Okay.
a moment. Okay.
Okay. So I will speak about the types of measures in combating against violence. Especially the Ministry of Family and Social Services, and also the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Justice provide some kind of services in combating violence against women. So these types of measures and services are especially in 8 options. One of them is the, we call it Alo 183 Social Assistance Hotline, and the other one is the Women Support Application. Bracket application, and the 6th one is the red light application, and the 7th one is the domestic violence hotline, and the 8th one is the Purple Roof Foundation. So what is Alo 183 Social Assistance Hotline? This is the hotline is available for all day and for all year, and it's free of charge. It's also serviced both in Turkish and Arabic languages. And as the feature of communication, we are SMS and has a 4G feature for hearing impaired individuals. And also this social support hotline functions under the Ministry of Family and Social Services, and it works as a psychological, legal, and economic advisory hotline for women and children who have suffered or at risk of being subjected to violence and who need support and assistance. And the second type of measures that Turkey considers is the Women's Support Application. It's an official application. Its aim is to prevent harmful acts such as violence and harassment which women and children may be subject to. Any woman who uses a smartphone may download this application and free of charge from either Google Play Store or Apple Store. After entering her Turkish identity number, the application will become active once the activation code provided by the Directorate of Security is entered. In emergency situations, by activating location services, women who are victims of domestic violence or violence against women may reach the 155 police emergency hotline, and intervention from the nearest stationary or patrolling law enforcement unit to the location of the call is ensured. The third type of measure combating against violence is women's shelters. These are overnight social service institutions for the women who have been victim to physical, emotional, sexual, economic, or verbal abuse or violence may temporarily stay with their children. The first public women's shelter were opened in 1990 in Izmir and Ankara under the Social Services and Child Welfare Agency. Currently, 149 guest houses function all around the 81 cities with a capacity of 3,624 in Turkey. Women's shelter provide professional support in order to satisfy their need for shelter. These shelters include additional services such as security, counseling, psychological and legal, medical and educational aid also, and also material assistance and nursery services, professional training courses, and group works for them. The fourth type of measure is Violence Prevention and Monitoring Center. These violence prevention and monitoring centers provide services due to the adoption of law to protect family and prevent violence against women. And these centers provide housing, temporary financial assistance, guidance, and counseling services for the victims of violence. If a threat to life exists, these centers also provide essential services such as pursuit and monitoring, childcare, legal and medical aid, scholarships for the education of children, and support for employment. The fifth one is the electronic bracelet application. Following the entry into force of the law 6284, the Ministry of Family and the Social Services conducted activities for the implementation of electronic monitoring and support systems in cooperation with the Directorate General on the Status of Women and the General Directorate of Security. In this context, the electronic support system pilot application was carried out in the provinces of Adana and Bursa between October 2012 and December 2015. The electronic monitoring system, infrastructure, and electronic clamp devices set up within the framework of the Justice General Directorate of the Prisons and Detention Houses Department of Probation are used. The victim of violence is provided with the victim unit, and the perpetrator of violence is applied an electronic bracelet. Monitoring is conducted by the electronic monitoring center on all day and also on all year basis. In case of a violation, the protection of the victim is ensured by the intervention of the competent law enforcement agency. The sixth one is the red light application. This red light application is created by Vodafone Turkey. It's one of the GSM operators. Under the Women First program, which aims to combat the increase of the cases of violence against women, supports the struggle with violence against them. Red light application is free of charge, and during an act of violence, with the press of button, it allows women to call 3 individuals who may help. It also allows the sending of an SMS by checking the phone as well. And the seventh type of measure while combating against violence is domestic violence hotline. In 2003, the Hürriyet newspaper launched the domestic violence hotline in order to draw attention to domestic violence and to support victims. Since 2014, the emergency hotline is being managed by the Turkey Women's Associations Federation. Once the hotline is called, psychologists will ask for personal information such as age, marital status, and whether the caller has children. Then they will inform the person on their rights and possible courses of action. Information can be obtained on various procedures, such as how to obtain a medical report in case of physical attacks, how to obtain a restraining order, how to hire a lawyer, how to benefit from legal support provided by the Bar Association in case of lack of necessary financials, how to move into a guest house also. And the last one is the Purple Roof. The Purple Roof Women's Shelter Foundation was established in 1990 by feminists in order to combat violence against women. At Purple Roof, the work against male violence is grounded in feminist principles, aiming for women to be able to build lives unhindered by gender-based discrimination and male violence under free and equal conditions. They hold workshops with women's organizations, civil society organizations, bar associations, and municipalities active in combating violence in order to share their information and experiences in the field. So they strive for women to be able to lead free and independent lives, targeting the patriarchy through campaigns and actions in collaboration with national and international women's organizations. So my presentation is ended. So thanks for consideration.
Okay, we still have more minute. I just have a simple question to you, Mr. Farouk.
Yes.
Whether in Turkey they have a specific legislation for this child abuse into their specific legislation, or is it part as a family violence?
Yeah, that's right. We have also Istanbul Convention as well. We have special conventions just protecting the women against violence. So as I mentioned in my presentation, it is the law number 6284. And also Turkey once be signed and entered into force in Istanbul Convention, and then after the decision of the President of Turkey, Turkey re-signed from the convention. But our codes now still protects the women against violence.
Okay, I see. So basically, it's a subset from the family violence. Correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, Professor.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. But also, the women also protected by any kind of violence, regarding whether it comes from any man or woman, doesn't matter. We have also criminal code as well.
Is there any special?
And also protect.
Is there any special instead of whatever you have raised issue in the type of measure of combating? Is there any specific other than that? Okay,
electronic practice is very common used in these measures, in one of these measures, and also the court gives decision to prohibit the husband to make visit the family house.
Okay, thank you so
they
much.
can protect the women by this kind of measures.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Farouk. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Welcome. Thanks.
Now we come to our last speaker for Mr. Simada. Are you there? You are online?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
How about my voice? Is clear enough?
It's clear enough.
Okay,
so,
okay. Thank you.
Please allow me to share my screen. Okay. Okay. I can do it. So, and I want to ask that according to the latest rundown I got from the committee, so my turn is around 30 minutes. But Professor Henning Glaser said that each speaker has only 15 minutes. So, how long I have for my presentation? Can you hear my voice, Mr. Moderator?
You have 15 minutes to speak, Prof.
Okay, I try. Okay, good afternoon. This is afternoon in Japan. Due to the time restriction, I go straight forward to my presentation. So today I'd like to discuss about the domestic violence prevention in Japan. Especially, I will explain of the outline of the Act on the Prevention of Spousal Violence and Protection of Victims in Japan. This is how to say that the formal name of the DV prevention law in Japan. So, but at first I will explain about the very general information about the domestic violence in Japan, and then I will review the outline of the domestic violence prevention law in Japan, current Japan, and lastly, in this presentation, I will discuss about what is the uncovered issue in the current law and what is the current development. At first, the situation of the domestic violence in Japan. So according to the government survey, that in 2018, around 26% of respondents answered that they experienced domestic violence. So, and also that Japan has the Center for Consulting and the Support for Domestic Violence, and they accept the consultation. And the consulting cases also increasing and reaches in to the around 120,000 cases in 2019. So that does mean that in Japan, the case of the domestic violence steadily increase, and the case is amount to the significant number, so quite large. And also that the police reported the case of the domestic violence, and those cases reported by the police, that 60% of those cases also include the child abuse. So maybe as in other countries, the domestic violence is not only the violence against the spouse by the other spouse, but also that involves child abuse. And also the impact of the COVID-19 is quite significant. According to the survey and the news report by Japan Times, from April 2020 to January 21st, the number of the consultation increased 1.5 times. So that maybe that due to the economic recession and activity restriction, the number, those restrictive policy affect negatively to the domestic violence. So, and in response, but because of the activity restriction, the Center for the Consultation and Supporting Domestic Violence Victims also, they have to reduce their activity, the number of staff. So, and then in order to cover this problem, the Japanese government introduced a new supporting system using the online. And also that because of the increasing number of the foreigners in Japanese society, this support system introduced a multilingual support system, so that it's including the Bahasa Indonesia, so that and also that this system accepts not only by calling and email, but also that they're using the SNS in Japan, LINE or Telegram and WhatsApp message is accepted, communication is accepted. And now I'd like to move to the domestic violence prevention law. This law is first enacted in 2001 and then amended several times. And lastly, that this law amended in 2019. So, and in course of the revisions, this law expanded the definition of the domestic violence on also the enhanced protection measures and also expands the coverage of victims to be protected. The purpose of this law is to prevent the spousal violence, domestic violence, and protect the victims through the establishment of the system to deal with the spousal violence, providing for notification, counseling, protection, support for the self-reliance of the victims, etc. So, first, what is the definition of the domestic violence according to the Domestic Violence Prevention Law in Japan? So, according to this law, that the domestic violence means that the bodily harm, physical violence, and the words and the deed by one supposed that cause the same level of the psychological or physical harm. So, according to definition, that the domestic violence covered both the physical violence and the psychological violence. However, that for example, that this law how to introduce a third-party reporting system. However, that only the case of body harm, the third party can notify the case to the police. So that the psychological or mental violence is not cannot be reported to the police by the third party, such as the neighbors or medical doctors who found the indication of the domestic violence. And also that in case of the serious domestic violence that I will discuss later, that the court can issue the protection order for the victims. But the domestic violence that is subject to the protection order is more, narrowly defined as that the bodily harm and the life-threatening intimidation, which is highly likely to be seriously harmed due to the bodily harm caused by the spouse. So maybe that it's further narrowly defined. So maybe this narrow, very, the restrictive definition of the domestic violence is one of the challenges for the Japanese domestic violence law. And then I'll outline some of the important points of the domestic violence law in Japan. First, what is the protection measures? According to Article 3, the protection measures is mainly offered by the spousal violence counseling and support centers. It's established by the both provincial government and the municipal government. Oh, and this protection covers that the first is counseling for victims and medical and psychological guidance for the victims, and providing security in emergency and temporary protection for victims and the accompanying families, such as the shelter. And also that the providing information, advice, and liaison for promoting a self-reliance lifestyle of victims, because the victims, especially the female victims, have to restore their life, economic life. So that's why that there is a very important to offer the information and the practical support that in economic, financial support for victims. And also that providing information, advice, and liaison for using the protection orders by the court. And lastly, not least, providing information, advice, and liaison for using the temporary protection and the residence facilities from the emergency shelter, and have to move to from the emergency shelter to the more, stable place. And also this article this law provides a liaison among the organizations and the involvement of the society. So first, according to the Article 8, the third party who discovers indication or evidence or a case of the domestic violence should notify the case of bodily harm by a spouse to the counseling and support center or police, only case of the bodily harm. And the medical doctor should notify the case of injuries or other illness caused by a spouse violence to the counseling and support center or the police. And the police should take relevant measures to prevent the victims from suffering harm according to relevant laws, such as the criminal procedure law. And also that the Japan has the welfare office to give the subsidy for the poor people, so that this welfare office supports for the self-reliance of the victims. And in order to secure the safety and secure livelihood of the domestic violence victim, the law provided that a counseling and support center, police, welfare office, and the child's consultation center shall cooperate with each other. So that's why that because many domestic violence cases involve the child abuse, that's why that the involvement of the child's consultation center is also important to address the domestic violence. And for the especially the serious domestic violence cases, the court can issue the protection orders. It's how to say entails criminal punishment against for the violation. So according to the law provides like that. The court shall issue the orders below if a victim who has been subjected to the bodily harm by the spouse is highly likely to be seriously harmed due to further body harm caused by the spouse. First is a stalking to restraining order for maximum 6 months. So this order restraining the domestic perpetrator of the domestic violence of the approaching or calling to the victims, including the family of the victims. And also, this order is applied for the bodily harm or life-threatening intimidation as this law provided. And a stalking restraining order can include the victim's children and other relatives, so that the order can cover not only the victim, her or himself, but also cover the children and other family relatives. And another order is an eviction order from the residence. If the case happened in the residence and there is a need to protect the victims, so that the court can order the perpetrator to go out from this residence. But this order is valid max 2 months. And also that the criminal punishment for violation of those orders in this law, this punishment is imprisonment up to the 1 year or the fine up to 1 million Japanese yen, around 100 million rupiah. Even though Japan already has a domestic violence law and revised several times this law, but still there are uncovered issues in this law. Overall, due to the emphasis on the legal strictness, so that especially when imposing the legal order, protection order by the court, or imposing the penalty, there should be the consistency with the other criminal procedure. So, or other laws. So that's why that this law is very careful about this consistency and try to minimize the applicability of this law to the very specific type of the domestic violence. So, and also that in Japan, that respect for the privacy is major concern, especially that as Professor Glazer mentioned, that sexual violence between the spouses, family, considered as a private issue. And also that psychological violence is also somehow the private issue, that should not be intervened from the outsiders. That's why that this law excludes the mental violence and the sexual violence. It's from the legal measure. So, due to those issues, the current legal system designs make it difficult to address the various forms of the domestic violence. For example, the protection measures and order don't cover the psychological violence and sexual violence, for the consideration of the privacy and the legal strictness. And the third-party notification also restricted to the only bodily harm. And the court protection order needs the condition of the highly likely to be seriously harmed, because the court order is very strong. That's why that there should be a very strong limitation for applying this order. However, this strict concern, strict legal restriction, legal definition, and respect for the privacy is weaken the effectivity of this law. And this is a challenge. Those are challenges for current law. And but just recently, last week, Japanese Parliament adopted the revision of this law, and then this revision might already improve the several weakness of the current law. For example, the protection order can be issued in case of the psychological violence, mental abuse. And the validity of protection order is increased from the current 6 months to the 1 year. And the stalking restraining order covers the stalking via SNS, not only the physical contact and the telephone call and the facsimile, but also covers the SNS. And the penalty for violation is doubled, doubled. That it means that 2 years for imprisonment or 2 million yen for fine. But this law, revised law, only effective April of the next year. Now, still that the current law is effective. This is my presentation. I will return my microphone to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, professors. Okay, now we are in a Q&A session. We will have 3 questions for the first session from the offline and online participants. So start from my right side and left side. Just a moment. So I will from my right side. 3 questions. Please state your name, institution, as well as.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muslimah Hayati. Boleh pakai 2 bahasa karena keterbatasan. Ya, oke, nanti langsung ditranslate. Jadi terima kasih. Yang menjadi salah satu isu besar dalam domestic violence adalah bahwa ini adalah hal yang merupakan sangat privasi dan this is sensitive issue, sehingga ketika terjadi kekerasan dalam rumah tangga, khususnya kekerasan seksual, maka ini menjadi semakin tertutup. Ini kalau bisa tidak usah orang tahu. Ini yang menjadi problem dalam salah satu pencegahan dan penegakan hukum dalam KDRT. Nah, yang ingin saya tanyakan kepada dari Turki dan dari Jepang, ya, bagaimana mendorong, ya, jika terjadi sesuatu terhadap anak, kekerasan seksual terhadap anak, mendorong mereka bisa speak up. Budaya yang bagaimana yang bisa memunculkan ya keberanian anak atau misalnya orang tua, karena banyak kasus, contohnya di Kalimantan Selatan baru-baru saja terjadi, belasan tahun seorang ayah memperkosa anaknya dan baru ketahuan, baru terungkap. Ini sangat miris. Jadi itu yang saya tanyakan. Terima kasih. Tolong diterjemahkan.
Oke.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Boleh, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izin saya juga menanyakan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Saya Muhammad Wira Utama, bisa panggil Wira. Yang ingin saya tanyakan kepada Prof. Yuzuru dari Jepang terkait kekerasan verbal atau mental abuse terhadap anak, terutama di rumah. Nah, terkait anak ada kekerasan di rumah, bagaimana terhadap pembuktian yang dilakukan orang tua mungkin atau saudara sekandung terhadap kekerasan atau kekerasan verbal atau kekerasan mental yang di rumah. Itu saja yang pertanyaan saya. Terima kasih. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. So I will try to translate to the first question is from Ibu Muslimah Hayati. The question raised to Mr. Simada and Mr. Farouk. Okay, the question is the domestic violence, basically the child abuse, basically is very secret. So they still hidden. And how about what kind of culture should to be built in terms of to make those kind of kids to speak up if something abuse is happen. This is for first question from because in some countries like in Indonesia or elsewhere, this is like a kind of a secretive relationship, and it is, if we open speak up, it's like a taboo. So what kind of cultural and how to make the children speak up if they got abused? This question rise to Mr. Simada and Mr. Farouk. This is first question. My second question from Mr. Wira relating mental abuse, correct? Could you repeat again? What kind of mental abuse do you want? Okay. How evidencing procedure and how to proving the mentally abuse basically in a child abuse, because it's very difficult to in a proving in a legal justice system. This is addressed to Mr. Simada. Yusuru. Okay. Okay, please, Mr. Simada and Mr. Farouk, to respond answer the question from Ibu Muslima and Mr. Wira.
May I answer?
Okay,
first?
please.
Okay, about the first question, that maybe that the cultural problem that to reveal the child abuse. So it's very difficult, and I don't have instant quick answer for that. In Japan, there are many tragic cases of the child abuse and to the child murder. So that the many significant number of the children have been killed due to the child abuse by their parents or step parents. So, and always that those cases occur so that the Japanese public opinion criticized the government institutions because they cannot discover or prevent the cases before the, how to say, those children lost their lives. So, but maybe there are several reasons. First is the limitation of the human resources, because the number of the counselors who are in charge of the child abuse is very limited, and they cannot cover the all, how to say, reports or notification from the neighbors about the doubts, the suspected child abuse case. As a result, that how to say, this is the one reason, and another reason is a more cultural issue that how the Japanese society considers that violence is, or the, how to say, that some strong punishment by the parents to against the children considered as how to say, disciplinary measures. It be natural taken by the parents. That's why that how to say, if the parents who are suspected to committing the child abuse responded, this is not the violence, but this is the only disciplinary measures for their children. So sometimes the government officers hesitate to intervene further, and then okay, so please be careful that so like that maybe that sometimes that the government officer is very, how to say, hesitate to how to take the issue further. So maybe then that always the then Japanese government try to, how to say, enlarge the power of the government officers so that the government officers can take more preventive measures, but due to the human resource limitation and the cultural barrier, that we cannot prevent the how to say, the occurrence of the such a tragic case so far. I cannot answer to the what is the solution of this solution for this, but I just explain the situation why that the Japanese society cannot prevent the occurrence of the most serious child abuse case. And for the second question, maybe that this is also very similar to the first question, that the evidence is very difficult to find. So it's the and also the as other country, as a society, that the most children is depends on the financially or mentally to their parents. That's why that the children cannot, how to say, cannot communicate the people outside of the families. So that's why it's very difficult to find, to discover evidence of the mental abuse for children. And also that due to the very, how to say, the strict legal interpretation, strict interpretation by the courts is one of the reasons. That recently, that in Japan there is a case, as first speaker said, in like Indonesian case, that one girl had been raped by her father for a long time, and then the prosecutor accused this father for raping, crime of raping. But the Supreme Court decided that because this girl doesn't actively refuse or how to say, reject the the sexual violence by her father, that's why that the elements of the crime of raping is have not been, how to say, satisfied. That's why that the Supreme Court doesn't apply the crime of rape to this case. Only the applying the crime of the child abuse against this case. That the penalty for the crime of the child abuse is lighter than crime of raping. But against this decision that the Japanese public opinion criticized very strongly, and recently the Japanese parliament revised the provision, article of the raping. So that's how to say, rape against the person such as girls or boys, children that who cannot resist against the parents is can be considered as a raping. Is it answer for both how to say participants?
Is it answer from both questions? Is there anything else to be added? Or Professor Henning, could you add up something about this, the information that answer raised by Mr. Simada in relation about how to prove verbal abuse or mental abuse by sibling or parent or to the children? How the system you make?
I can refer to my own practice in Germany as a lawyer, and also to Thailand, where we cooperate with police and the Department of Special Investigation in these kind of cases. I would say indeed that there's a taboo, there's a lot of secrecy involved in these cases, and children are nevertheless very good witnesses, even if they don't talk. People can detect children have problems, you can detect PTBS, you can detect behavior that is suspicious if you know to read the signs. That is why training is so important, why it is so important that police officers, prosecutors, judges are well trained to detect behavior that is indicating trauma caused by violence or sexual abuse. And at the same time, we have to be aware that teachers, everyone who's dealing with children should be able to detect, to recognize signs of abuse. And I think this is something which is done in Europe quite a lot. So in schools, in kindergartens, people are trained, are prepared, are informed how to spot signs of abuse. This is something that is possible. And another thing is the duty to investigate. In many countries in Asia, police forces have very different attitudes in investigating these kind of cases, because if you are in a local police, you have to take care of your community. You have to be in a good relation with the community. You are depending on information from the community. So it is not that easy to do something that is violating taboos, that is infringing in households and infringing in families. And nevertheless, police officers should be trained and should be clearly informed by regulations from the headquarters that in these kind of cases of suspicion, investigations are due and should be taken in certain ways. And I think these measures are possible to react. And in terms of mental abuse, I think it is the same. Mental abuse can be detected by observing the victims. That is basically why we want to punish it, why this is a serious offense, because it is having effects. Mental abuse has effects, lasting effects, structure on the psyche of the victim, and these effects can be spotted. So people who are subject to mental abuse will change their behavior, and this can also, by training and by information, be spotted. That's what I would like to add.
Okay. I have another one question from the chat box addressed to Ibu Diah Trimurti Saleh. Could you turn on your mute if you have any question, or you may have typed in the chat box and I will share the question to Mr. Glaser. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the time, moderator. I want to ask Mr. Glaser, is there any survey in which countries tends violence crimes against women and children to be happen in developed countries or in the developing countries? If it refers to developing country, crimes against women and children to be happen, how about Bhutan? Bhutan is a developing country, but have index of happiness in the civil society so high. I want to ask you, Mr. Glaser, is there any survey in which countries violence crimes against women and children to be happen in developing countries or in developed countries? Thank you.
Okay, please, Mr. Henning Glaser.
This is a difficult question. I mean, we are talking about quite different kinds of offenses, and for sure, these kind of offenses happen everywhere. And in developing countries, you have quite a lot of structural cases, structurally prepared, if you want, cases like sexual abuse in families. This is not at all restricted to certain countries. It's happening everywhere. We have in Europe trafficking in women. That's a huge problem. So there's a huge trafficking in women market, including in Germany. So you can't say that there is an area where you don't have it. You have it everywhere. But you have certain differences related to societies, related to legal systems. In some countries, police and prosecution is more aware, in some others not that much. In some countries, and we work really a lot with different police forces in Asia and also in other parts of the world on these issues in Bangkok. I would say in every society you have certain weak spots, you have certain areas, dark areas in which these things occur. That is inevitable. And in every society we have the typical challenges for that society. Very often it is related to culture, it is related to certain social structures. In general, I would say poverty is supporting abuse, but abuse is not restricted to poverty. You have families that are very well off and you have abuse cases there, but the poorer people are, the more they tend to be victimized, and the more they tend to be also, when they are victimized, to stay victimized. And the more difficult it is to investigate. I would say in some countries you have a bias, an investigation bias against foreign perpetrators. So there are countries in which foreign perpetrators are the focus of investigations, while domestic or genuine homegrown sexual abuse and domestic violence is not that much in the focus of the enforcement. That is what I would say.
Thank you, Professor. We have another question from the meeting chat. From the chat, from Mrs. Fuji Kadria Zulaika. The query is about, based on existing law and regulation in Netherlands, Germany, Turkey, and Japan, in the case of child abuse involving parents as abusers, who will be the party that appointed by the law as caretaker, as caretaker of the child as the victim, to protect and ensure his or her daily life not affected so much by the ongoing trial? Is it child kind, next family member, or social welfare agency or any government specific child agency? This is for four of panelists. You may answer. Thanks. Please, from Mr. Redding first, then Mr. Simada, and so on.
Thank you very much for this question, but I have also to say something about the other questions, if you allow me, moderator. First, in relation to the culture and secrecy, I also want to add to what the other speakers already said, and that is the importance of professional secrecy. When you have, of course, you have the secrecy of the relationship, but you have also the professional secrecy, and that means that in such a situation, it's perhaps a way of to make contacts by professionals in a family context, in spite of the secrecy of the relationship. That is one thing which I would add to what already is said. And another thing is perhaps also relevant in this context, and that is we in the Netherlands, we have, based on the law, what we call safe home places. And safe home places is a responsibility for the municipalities to create places in the city, in the villages, where women, children can go if there is situation of abuse. And what you see more and more in the Netherlands, that children on lower age go already very quickly to these safe home places than it was, for instance, 10, 20 years ago. So there is also, in the process of secularization of the society, you see it's easier there for children and women to go to these, first of all, to get protection in these safe home places, and secondly, that to take care, to have a kind of protection by professionals and professional secrecy. And then the question to Fuji, when you look to a situation, it is first of all, the judge in the Netherlands will take the decision what has to be done, what is the situation in a case of child abuse. The judge is taking the final decision. But before that final decision is taken, you have a kind of procedure on which professionals who have the contact with the child or have the contact with the family of the child to find the best solution for the child. So then sometimes there are other people who are volunteers and which are controlled if they are good potential parents to take care for the children. And that's when these selected people by professionals, then it could be that such a child is going out of their own house and putting in a new family, but that's only possible after such a decision of the court. And so in that way, you can say there is a very careful, developed procedure, also based on the law, but especially done by not primarily lawyers, but principal social workers who have the specific knowledge in which they can do and can handle based on their specific knowledge. So that is the way how it works. So it's possible that there is one of the other family members where they can put a child, but not before they have that has been checked by the professionals, and not before that has been taken by the judge. And before that, before such a decision has taken by the court, these children can go to these safe home places, which you find in every city and every village in our country. Thank you very much.
Okay. From Japan, what is the experience about the question from Ibu Fuji?
Okay. In Japan, in case of the child abuse, and one of the parents cannot, represent the child. So in this case, Child Consultation Center, it's a government official institution, may represent the child. So to do this, first, the Child Consultation Center have to get an order from the court to take over the parental rights from the original parents, and then the Child Consultation Center exercise as a parents based on the court order, and the consultation center can legally represent those children in case of the criminal procedure or as a legal process. So the Child Consultation Center in Japan is very strong institution, not only the consultation, but also have the shelter, and also can have the function to legally represent the children. So I think that this is a legal system in Japan in case of the child abuse.
Okay, thank you, Professor Shimada. And how about in Germany, Professor Henning?
Very similar. In charges of family court, the family court makes the decisions. The family court is working with the youth office, and the youth office has street workers that are accompanying these kind of families. But if there's really a case where heavy abuse is occurring, then there's an immediate function. So then the family court will immediately take the children out. And that is something which is in general one of the topics of dealing with these cases. It's called breaking the circle of violence or breaking the circle of abuse, because these kind of offenses continue and they repeat, and therefore immediate action is necessary. And the immediate action would then be, depending on the age of the child, to put a child in a foster care home or in a youth home. And many children, many youth are afraid of that, and they don't want that. That is why we have quite some homeless children and youth are the victims of domestic abuse and who prepare to be on the street with other children in relation to be in a foster care home or in a children home. So this is a big problem, and that is why we have homeless children in Germany, not that many, but we have them, despite the fact that you don't need to be homeless. So no one needs to be homeless in Germany, because everyone has a right to have a shelter here and food and everything. But still you have homeless people, and you have a substantial part of homeless children and youth because they are not wanting to go to these places. So this is a big problem. And in general, I would say it is important to have good social workers and NGOs also beside and parallel to the state structure take care of these cases. The churches do that too. So the Catholic Church and also the Protestant Church, they provide these services quite a lot, quite intensive. And so there's a web of NGOs and state agencies taking care.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Host, still have time? We still have time or not?
I think it's time for final statement.
Sorry?
Final statement, please.
Okay. Thank you. We have our time is up. So thank you very much for the professor. And to sum up all the queries and your presentation, in legal system in all over the world have make a specific legislation in order to protect child abuse or family violence, to protect them in their legal system. They make a comprehensive legal tools in order that every enforcer can prevent from the start, from prevention, response until the pressing, like Professor Hengeding said. So basically, no regulation is a good regulation, but we still find more good regulation, laws and legislation, because the law and development is going to develop from the from the judge, from the people, and other social awareness from the people is also need to be built. Okay, this is my summary from the session. Now, thank you so much, Professor Simada, Professor Hengeding, Professor Henning Glaser. Thank you so much for your time. It is enjoyable to have you here, and thank you. Hope we can see you again in our next event conference. I will back to host. Thank you. Host, please.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you so much, Prof. Henning. Thank you so much, Prof. Hengeding, Prof. Farouk Kerem, that confirmed to me that he has a meeting right now with the dean, so that he has to leave early. And thank you so much for Prof. Simada Zuru. And we do hope can meet you in person in Semarang soon. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is all our second sessions, and we do thanks to you all who still join us till this evening. And we do hope you can find benefit and from this conference, and next year we can meet again with the speakers. That's all for me. That's all for our committee and the conference. And thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.